Convening the Historic Landmarks Commission agenda of September 13th, 2023. Roll call, please.
Thank you, Vice Chair House. I'll take roll call. Chair Grumbine is currently absent. Vice Chair House.
I'm here.
Commissioner Butler.
Here.
Commissioner Dorden.
Here.
Commissioner Drury is absent currently. Commissioner Ensberg.
Here.
Commissioner Lundvik.
Here.
Commissioner McClure.
Here.
And Commissioner Uli is absent. Thank you. We have quorum.
Okay, and the first item on the agenda is public comment on any item that is not on our agenda.
Thank you, Vice Chair House. If there's anyone in the audience who would like to speak on an item that is not on today's agenda, that's general business, please fill out a speaker slip and turn it into staff. We do not have any attendees, and I don't see any movement for general public comment, and we did not receive any written correspondence. So back to the commission.
Just closing general public comment, and the chair has arrived.
Thank you. Sorry for the delay. Thanks for carrying on. All right.
The last meeting, it said I arrived at 1:31, so
Yeah,
you
now
can
it's
put that down for him.
Yeah, like 1:32, 3.
Yeah.
I know, that's fair. Have to approve those minutes. All right, on to item B, approval of the minutes of Historic Landmarks Commission meeting, August 30th, 2023.
So moved.
Do I have a second? All right, thank you, Commissioner Butler, for the second. All right, on any edits? Under
Yes.
discussion?
Yes, Chair Grumbine, thank you.
Commissioner Ensberg.
I noticed on the D3, it's, that should say 710 State Street, not 701.
Dyslexia.
Something
Good
I would.
catch.
And under E, about the SSAC discussion, there was a little bit of discussion when Commissioner Lenvik reported about that, and we did talk about, and I made the comment that it would be, and if this isn't appropriate, please say so, but that we urge that mention be made at these meetings that this area of State Street is the El Pueblo Viejo district.
And that was said. Now, in terms of the subcommittee reports, do we usually give much more than what we currently?
No, our policy is to just announce that a subcommittee was reported on, and then if the public wants to know more details about that report, they would watch the recording.
Okay, so I think unless we intentionally want to make known in the minutes, well, if we do want to make known in the minutes something, we can make known, but we would probably want to say it at the time to incorporate it in. Is that right?
That's correct, and we, if it's something that you feel is important enough, because this wasn't an official motion, you can include additional information, but because that's not our usual policy, we would ask that be kind of reserved for, it's up to your discretion, but not to make it a habit to extend every subcommittee report into
Yeah, for sure. And then, so maybe under these current subcommittee reports, if there is a special thing that wants to be added, we can have that added at that time for this one. Just so that it's also, we're projecting forward those things as opposed to reading them backwards into because we'll have a chance today to talk about it. So I think that could be good.
Okay. And then I had one more,
Okay.
which was number 3, 17-21 West Montecito Street. On number 8, this was about the comment of sizes of windows and more variety with sizes of windows. And I would ask that maybe we say some felt that, because I did not have a problem with the way that they had done it, and I think there's a lot of examples that that could be shown. So anyway, in my case, I did not object to the way that they had it, so I wonder if we could just say some felt. Number 8.
Yeah, the openings. The only issue with that would be if we're, typically we say it specifically in the motion that whether there's, when there is specifically differentiation, and that would, and because it's so intentional when we say those things, and we usually hash it out at the time, I think it might be more appropriate to just keep it as we had made the motion, with them, because a lot of these, I think that they heard it from some, but not necessarily all, and there was at least some discussion as variety. So maybe I would just ask, going forward, especially being for everyone, but to make sure that we're okay with the motion and some of those more subtleties of like, yes, having the conversation of, and which we have some oftentimes. Maybe we just are more intentional about making that sure that gets as part of the motion.
If we feel strongly about it.
Yeah, so that,
Okay.
exactly. Yeah.
Sure. Okay, that's all.
Okay,
I'm fine
great.
to leave it, but and I'll try to pay closer attention to that if there's something.
Yeah, I think that is more helpful just because then it actually is part of that discussion as to whether we put most or all but one or whatever, the happens at the time.
Chair Grumman, yes, and I did notice that we did do that. There's
Yeah.
several places where we
Yeah.
did do that, but it was just that one particular one. So that's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, any other edits? All right, so the maker of the motion and the seconder, okay with those?
Yep.
Yes.
All right, so can we have a roll call vote, please?
Thank you. I'll take roll call vote. Commissioner Dordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes,
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundvik,
Yes.
Commissioner McClure,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, we're on to item C, approval of the consent calendar of September 13th, 2023. So do we have a motion? These just get on the table so that we can,
Motion to approve the consent calendar of September the 13th,
all right?
2023.
And a second?
Second.
All right, thank you. All right, to staff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The first item was 1031 State Street, which received final approval, or project design approval and final approval as submitted. And item B was 33 East Cannon Perdido Street, which received project design approval and final approval as submitted.
Okay. And does.
No
consent-
comment on anything,
Okay.
unless anybody has any questions.
All right.
I had.
Yes, Commissioner Ansberg?
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. Just a question, did they, for the project, what's the address,
Lobero,
no, the other one,
1031
that has
State.
the outdoor dining in front of where they have a courtyard? Did they do, was that part of the LA land, what is it called? Outdoor dining
Oh,
lease agreement?
yeah.
Was that part of that, or do they?
Well, yeah,
do that?
basically, I think it is. But I thought I had a recollection that there were guidelines, including design guidelines for outdoor dining, and if you just abided by those, you didn't have to go to design review, but it was a misremembrance of mine, and so, no. So, I mean, it seemed like it conformed, and, it was like every other approvable outdoor dining installation, so.
Yeah, I was just curious about that particular one because they have that lovely courtyard. So this is like another piece on the outside of the wall that
Right.
there's already a courtyard. So I was kind of wondering about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they had heaters also.
They said they were not going to be adding any heaters for this outdoor dining, but you can see in the picture, there are heaters in that courtyard, so they
Right.
could benefit from,
They don't need to add them.
no, they haven't, yeah. And they benefit from the ones right behind the wall, so,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
Mr.
Yes.
A question, Mr. Chair. Didn't they have a large, tall hedge at their wall line? At their outdoor courtyard line?
Previously,
Yeah.
or, no, I
Within the
don't
last,
recall there ever
within the
being-
last few months?
Yes, yes. It's an enforcement. They took it down. They were
Okay, thank you.
supposed to.
Yeah, I have not paid attention, but they did take it down.
Commissioner Uli reported it to us, and so we did ask them to take it down, and they are going to be, I think, submitting for some sort of protection to keep,
It was
they
behind
do have
the
a problem
wall.
with people coming in the night.
It was behind the wall,
It was on top of the wall, just like
and it was artificial?
It was.
Yeah, it was a faux.
yeah.
Deal.
They just have a problem, people coming in there at night, vandalizing it. So they're probably going to come in with a more appropriate solution for review.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, so I guess with those comments that we had, then why don't we have a roll call vote?
Thank you. I'll take roll call vote. Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundvik,
Yes.
Commissioner McClure,
Yes.
Commissioner Dordan,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
and Chair Grumby.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
Okay. On to item D, announcements, requests by applicants for continuances with withdrawals, future agenda items, and appeals.
Thank you,
Staff.
Mr. Chair. Staff just has one announcement at this time. Recruitment is open for board elections, so if your term is up here on the HLC, just make sure that you apply for reelection. The recruitment closes on October 6th.
And do we know if we have any?
We have, I believe it's just Commissioner Drury, and staff has reached out to him individually as well, but if any of the public wants to challenge anyone on the board and apply, recruitment closes October 6th.
There's going to be a paint-off.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for that. Any other announcements, et cetera? All right. Okay, on to item E, subcommittee reports. So, any subcommittees meet first in the last 2 weeks?
Yes, Mr. Chair, the State Street Advisory Committee did meet, I forget the, September 6th, and we were presented, had a presentation by the Public Works Department, Transportation Division, as to the history of the use of State Street. And it was informative, and no decisions or direction regarding the State Street Promenade were made at that time. We meet again on October 23rd, and maybe we will come to grips with what is going to happen on State Street at that time.
Okay. And then it might be appropriate now, if we, of course, we can also make a note of it for the minutes as well, in terms of your comment, if you wanted to make a similar comment.
Thank you. First of all, I want to really thank Commissioner Lenvik for being our representative to the SSAC committee. It's a lot of work, so I really appreciate that. I just kind of wanted to bring up how do we, if it's a possibility, and tell me if I'm not supposed to be talking about this, but if there's a way that we can have a more of a discussion of this body so that we can just be, since this is El Pueblo Viejo, that this work is happening in, and how we can have more of a dialogue amongst the HLC to help, discuss the various matters that we would be concerned about, and how we can help our liaison, Commissioner Lenvik, as he's going forth and, representing us and representing the work that we do. That was, I think that was, and then also just the thing I had said before, that I keep hoping that, I just think it's always a good reminder to step back and kind of recall, where we are in the world, and that this specifically is, our most important district called El Pueblo Viejo. So I think that it'd be really helpful for that, that statement to be made by someone at those meetings, at every meeting. So if that could be in the minutes, if you all agree, that's an important thing.
And if you'll, and Commissioner Lenvik, if you'll champion that?
Yes, and matter of fact, I've spoken to staff about that, about the lack of our participation in the conceptualizing and the preliminary information that's going into this promenade. And they're aware that we're concerned, but there's not a lot they can do about it without having special presentations to us as well. And then we would have a room full of people who are concerned about whatever. And I just think I don't know, but I think they're trying to avoid that. So we may find that we get down the road and we don't have a lot of influence at the end. We may get up and stomp our feet and vote no, but it's not going to do much good, I don't think.
Okay, so,
So, Mr. Chair, to avoid this getting turned into
Yeah.
a discussion, staff can include in the minutes the request to, once again, the request to have the State Street preliminary plans brought to the HLC for a discussion item, so the HLC can give input. As far as I know, we're still at a point where the State Street master plan staff does not, the plans are too preliminary for them to bring to the HLC at that time, but they have assured me that you will get a bite at the apple, your feedback will be incorporated into the conceptual ideas, and that this project won't run away without you and without your input. And so we can include that request in the minutes, and we can also include a statement, but if you can clarify what that statement is about just the importance of the HLCs, is it like a statement that the HLC's purview is very important in the State Street Master Plan, that the State Street Master Plan is directly, in El Pueblo Viejo and is therefore under the HLC's purview? If you can just clarify that
Sure,
statement.
why
for the
don't I take a
record.
shot at it and see? So I think it's that, as we have seen in previous projects, where there's been a lot of design work, there's been a lot of money, there's been a lot of time, there's been a lot of effort from all the different parties, and then it comes to us, and even when we have designated people of HLC on those groups, like the Plaza de la Guerra and like others, there's been plenty of other examples, those projects end up going really, really far and too far, and then they come to us, and then we try, and it's our job, it's not just, we're not trying to be mean or anything else, but it's our job to make sure that we keep it elevated at a proper level for Santa Barbara and really push the project fully. And so when that happens, there's a lot of frustration because there was a lot of spent time and money and energy, and we're worried that before it comes, we don't want to be at the end of that discussion and then disappoint everyone by having a very harsh and specific and real criticism of a design. And so we want the most efficient flow for the project. We want the most success for it, but that we're seeing, because it's being made public, and I've had multiple commissioners voice their concerns to me, that we're seeing that they're going far down a route now that our input should really be integrated, because it's going to end up otherwise having to be unwound and restarted. So,
Mr. Chair,
yeah, Mr. House.
I would say that when it's preliminary is not too early to bring it to us, is when it should come to us,
Yeah,
when it's preliminary, which
Sorry,
is
what-
basically what you're saying.
yeah.
But, staff said that they were saying it's too preliminary to bring to us, but it's when it's preliminary is the right time to be
Is the best
involved.
time early on the conceptual review. And I would also add one little other piece, which is that even though there are lots of pieces in this that are not in our purview, all things take form in some physical way. And as they take form in that physical way, there will necessarily be things that are very strongly in just the aesthetic part of HLC's purview, which is not the only part of our purview. And I've actually asked some staff, and I maybe asked Teva as well, to help us understand and define where exactly our purview comes from and what areas, because at the front of our, at the charters, calling out of our purview is pretty broad. And I think it's this discussion in particular, I think we really need to understand. I don't think it's just an aesthetic purview. There's a lot more to it. So where do the boundaries fall for HLC's purview, and why, and what are the documentation that is part of that? So that might be an additional discussion even before we get the State Street review, but I think that's our request, so.
Absolutely. So, yeah, just to head off any discussion, we can include the request for a preliminary review of the State Street Master Plan, a request for a discussion item on HLC purview, and then just a summary of, if Kira thinks that she can get a good summary of what you just said, I think we can include that in the minutes as well.
Great, thank you. All right, does that satisfy what you're
Yeah,
going for, or
Right.
going at?
No, I think that's perfect. I would just add that I feel that we should be agendizing this on our agenda every time until the end of the year, because this is moving forward very quickly, that they're working towards having this particular phase completed by the end of this year to go to council at the beginning of next year. So,
Yeah, Commissioner Lendick?
Yeah, I share Ms. Ensberg's concerns. However, we're not having a meeting to have anything revealed to us until October 23rd. That's probably a couple more meetings of ours before we even see anything. And it will be laid before us at that time, whether or not they have a decision on bicycles, cars, pedestrians on the 20-foot wide corridor through there or not. Whether or not they have a decision is unknown. There would have been no point to them bringing their project to us at the time that we all saw it, 4 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, because it was only half there. They had not made a decision on what should happen in the corridor. Cars, bikes, no cars, no people, they had not made a decision. How can you have a design and take any logical action on it, make any valid comments when it's only half there? So I think we're wasting our time to ask them to come in here every time we meet and show us something, because they have nothing to show.
No,
I don't
I'm
think
sorry,
that-
that's
yeah.
not what,
Yeah, so I think.
wanted to
so-
agendize.
No, I didn't-
Agendize so we can discuss it. 'cause
Discuss,
we
not
can't-
to have a
technically,
report.
we can't have a discussion about anything to do with it without it being agendized. Not that there has to be a staff presentation.
Correct,
Or a
correct.
presentation from anyone else.
Exactly.
We just can't even talk about it. So,
Right.
if that's what I'm understanding.
yes.
um,
And maybe it's only for, maybe we just have it for 15 minutes or something,
Yeah.
but I think given where we find ourselves right now, and that we haven't been as involved as we think would be wise, that I think we need to kind of do a little catch-up and have these meetings where we just have 15 minutes to talk about, just to get ourselves more clear and how to, up to speed, but not to ask them to come for any kind of presentation at this point, since they don't have anything, but just for us.
If it's agendized, it'll be the public out there, it'll be the staff, it'll be all these people.
It'll be people, but doesn't have to be a presentation or any decision or anything else. But that we can't have a discussion without it. So, and we've done this for a good handful of other things. I don't think that, not particular projects, but in subjects.
And I would say I would completely welcome that discussion for us and for anyone who, from the public who wants to come and hear what it is that we're concerned about. I would absolutely welcome that.
Okay. So.
We can
that
include that request in
Yeah,
the minutes
great.
as well.
And we can keep it limited, and so it is, everyone knows it's a short discussion time. Yeah, okay, great. Any other subcommittee reports?
One other, Chair Grumbine. Well, kind of in the same vein, do we want to report about the
Oh, yes,
committee that
good.
we're
Yeah,
on?
that's a good
And
point.
I don't quite know what the name of it, I'm calling sort of State Street Now, but whatever it is called, that
The
Chair
interim.
Grumbine and I were selected to be the representatives, and I would say the same thing about that one, that we may want to have the
Yeah.
ability to talk about it so that we can get input from
Updates.
all
In
of
fact,
you.
it might be a State Street interim and long-term discussion item. Master plan and, I don't know if we can combine them like that, but the interim, so, and I don't know, yeah, so to piggyback on that, so Commissioner Ensberg and I met with staff, and as part of council's direction to have HLC integrated into the discussion, we are meeting with staff now probably every 2 weeks to help them also think through, design through, and come up with solutions for all these interim ideas that either interim that might fold into long-term in terms of particular furnishings or standards or things like that, as well as anything that they end up wanting to try out certain things of, because they've also at various times expressed wanting to try something out as a temporary thing for a couple months or whatever while this is happening. So that whole structure is now in place in terms of work, and that was based on the State Street interims. I don't know if it was an official subcommittee or group or however we formed it, but we've met twice before over the last year when the staff asked for some members of HLC, and it was discussed, and we volunteered, Commissioner Ensberg and I did, and it was accepted for us to be the liaison to staff to help with these interim operation discussions as part of getting a sort of a cleaned up and organized State Street with standards. And other things interim. So that's in place, so it might be good to have a standing meeting to talk all things State Street for the 15 minutes, and I'm hoping it could be agendized for either, so that we can just talk about whatever the latest is without having to be specific every time.
We can include that request as well.
Okay, great. All right. And then as our general update for that, it was about, yeah. It was, so here we can pass that around. That's the current requirements for everything new going in on State Street, and have been for a little while. We're working off of that as a springboard, but they're organizing a calendar to get both decisions and then also a process for rolling it into place, especially for outdoor dining stuff. And so we're working on specs and other things that can be a selection, a group of approved, pre-approved, easy to do, and that's sort of our first target in pulling these things together. So, so any and all input that anyone has in terms of that they see things that they really like, that's working, and good designs, please email them to Commissioner Ensberg and myself, and we'll also try to get specs on those to try to make it as easy as possible for everyone to have nice outdoor dining areas that are, that work well with our standards.
You two were the ones that advocated for painting bike lanes on State Street?
No, we tried to stop them, and then, and they did it anyways. And then they took it off afterwards. Yeah, but that was also that was actually before Commissioner Ensberg was even on HLC. Okay. All right, anything else? Okay, on to item 1, 800 East Mitchell-Trina Street. This is a new item for Historic Structures Report, and this is listed on the Historic Resources Inventory constructed in 1925 in the Spanish Colonial Revival style. The property is being evaluated for historic significance in conjunction with the enforcement case for unpermitted window replacement. The 2011 Lower Riviera Survey completed by Post Hazeltine found that the property may be eligible for historic designation. The HLC voted on January 29th, 2014 to accept the conclusions of the survey and added the property to the Historic Resources Inventory. This is a request acceptance of a Historic Resources Sites Report prepared by Sarah Corder and removal of the property from Historic Resources Inventory. The report concluded that the property is no longer eligible for designation as a city structure of merit or city landmark. And so, welcome with that.
Thank you.
You can state your name for the record, even though I read it, but.
Sarah Corder, South Environmental.
And your driver's license.
And my driver's license. All of my important information. I'm here today to present the HSSR for the residential property that is identified as 800 East. In Los Angeles, we call it Michael Terrena, but I may be wrong about that. We're fancy or something. The property is located in the Lower Riviera neighborhood, and there are currently 4 buildings on the property. The main house, which is identified as Building 1, a circa 1947 detached dwelling unit and number 3 is the garage from 1977, and then a studio building that was constructed in 2002. Here we go. Just a little bit of background information. The property was originally evaluated and found eligible as part of the Lower Riviera survey completed in 2011 by Post Hazeltine, and then the HLC voted to have it added to the HRI in 2014. Earlier this year, as part of the enforcement case on the property, an HSSR was requested to determine the number and amount and types of alterations made to the property over time, and to identify any potential historical associations that were not captured in the 2011 survey. The HSSR was also prepared at the property owner's request to determine if the property could be removed from the HRI. As you saw in the report and on this slide, there are numerous historical photos of the property that show the extensive changes made to the main house and outbuildings over the years. Here we can see the changes to the facade, the west elevation, and the south elevation of the main house. In addition to the main house on the right side of the slide, you can see the 1940s garage that became a detached dwelling unit now on the property, and the previous outbuilding that burned and was replaced with the current studio building in 2002. Now moving on to current conditions of the main house, showing the west, south, and east elevations. This is as of July 2023. And then these are the outbuildings currently on the property as of July 2023. As previously discussed, presented in the report, and summarized on this slide, it is clear that numerous alterations were made to the main house over the years. The most significant alterations occurred in the 1960s and 1970s when the facade was reconfigured twice. In addition to the facade reconfiguration, there was also a significant change on the facade and the west elevation with the construction of a large staircase on the northwest corner of the main house. The staircase connected the new garage to the main house and specifically provided access to a second-floor living unit. The change not only compromised the design and aesthetics of the main house, but also dramatically altered the original passive circulation and shifted the property from a single-family residence to a multifamily residence. In addition to the main house alterations, there were also alterations made to the larger property over the years, the most significant being multiple renovations and expansions of the 1940s garage, including the conversion of that building into a dwelling, construction of a modern garage in 1977 that created a visual barrier between the main house and the 1940s garage, installation of a large pool in 1989, construction of a studio in 2002, and as I mentioned previously, a complete conversion of the property from a single-family residence to multifamily residence. As a result of these alterations, the property no longer retains the requisite integrity required for local designation. While the property has remained in the same location since its construction in 1925, alterations to the outbuildings in the main house have compromised the integrity of design, workmanship, and materials. There are also new buildings constructed on the site that have significantly compromised the integrity of setting and feeling. And the last, there is no historical associations identified with the property. In summation, the significant alterations to the property have impacted the property's ability to convey historical significance. Therefore, the property no longer meets the requirements for listing on the HRI, and we are requesting it be removed. Ta-da.
All right. Pretty good, under 5 minutes. All right, if that completes your presentation,
Yes.
we can go to public comment. Any member of the public in the room wishing to comment on this item? We'll have 2 minutes, can go to the podium. No? All right. Seeing none, we can go to virtual.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. If anyone participating on Zoom would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and we can call on you. Not seeing any raised hands, and we did not receive written correspondence, so I'll turn it back to the commission. Thank you.
All right. So to the commission for questions.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Darden.
I have questions dealing with developments post-2014. You gave us a long list of changes to the house historically going back to the 60s, and you mentioned various repairs since 2014. I'm interested to learn if there have been any new construction or major alterations that involved more than repairing and replacing like with like since 2014.
The code violation that was processed on the property, I'm sure that Nicole could maybe speak to that a little bit better than me. There was replacement windows that were incorporated, and there was a change to the screen wall in the front of the home, and that's why you can see it's actively under construction. So those are the major changes that were taken on, but by the time they got to those changes, there had already been so many significant changes made.
So, and actually, maybe we can go to a photo of that, because that's a similar type of question. And just to sort of point through what it was, and I think for, so what was from the 2014 on, what was being changed, was changed?
Oh, from 2014 on. Let's go
Yeah.
back to just the first slide because you can see most of it. So as you can see here, the most significant changes that have occurred on the home is the front. So this is the front that you're looking at in this photograph. And there was a screen wall that extended across the front of the elevation that has been removed. Or partially removed. There's still some of it there. And then the other change that was made was the windows being swapped out.
And the windows being swapped out, same size?
The windows generally retain the location, but they were swapped out with not wood or metal windows. They are modern windows.
What kind of modern windows?
Can show, let me pull up the report and I can show some photographs of that. If you look at the existing conditions photos, you can see the windows a lot better. Just take me a second to get to them.
No problem.
Okay, so here you can see some of the modern windows that were put in. You can see a little bit of it here, and then I'll just keep scrolling through these current images so that you can see on the back. These are some of the replacements that were done. And then you can see some of the replacements that were done on this side.
So, and they were all in the same location and size, or what percentage would you say are in the same location and size? Or was there a lot of new?
I would say that 90% are in the same location and size. The west elevation is kind of the tricky one because during all of those earlier renovations, there was a lot of fenestration change on this elevation. So while they retain the location and size of what it was in 2014, that doesn't mean that's what it was historically. There was a lot happening over there. So there's only a few of the original windows left, but there was a lot of water damage. There was a lot of wood rot throughout. So that was the impetus for switching out the windows, was to try to get a handle on the water damage that was happening.
Did you have any more?
No, that's fine.
questions following up? So, I guess I'll tie it to the 2014 date. So what was it so what is the reasoning for, because we accepted it as one thing with certain argumentation. So what changed from, and was it just the deeper, larger understanding of the building and what was original, what wasn't? And if so, what was that, what changes the reasoning for now when it was in 2014 seen as versus now?
So the survey that was done in 2011 and voted on in 2014 was definitely a reconnaissance level survey, and it was taken from public right-of-way. And the bulk of this home is blocked from the public right-of-way. You can see just a little bit of the roof line when you look at it from the public right-of-way, and you can see the gate, but there's nothing else you could have seen. So if you just saw the roof, you would say, oh, that looks like a nice Spanish. But once you get in and you start looking at the permits, you start looking at all the photos, you can see that there's been a lot of change to the front. And if that was all there in 2014, it was just a matter of access, that they were not provided access during the survey. And a lot of the comparative analysis came from family photographs that were provided for the purposes of the HSSR, and they weren't actually in the building records as clearly as they would have been had they been researched at that time.
Okay, so then with that in mind, can you go to the front and maybe kind of let's pretend that all the windows are in the same location as they were in 2014 and the same sizes, for argument's sake. Which of those windows would have been from the original? And doors?
The only windows that are original are this one that's kind of blocked by this plastic here. There's a very large arched window here. This is the only one that appears to be original and that we have seen in the earliest photographs that we have. There were no original drawings, so we can definitely see that that window was original. And the second floor windows appear to have been arranged in some manner like this. But the first floor windows were taken out and reconfigured multiple times. So, and then this projection here was added in 1977, I believe. This was when this was added. And then this whole section over here was an enclosed, it was a porch, and then it was enclosed, and then the top became a secondary living unit that's accessed by the big staircase over here.
And that garage is a 70s garage?
Yes, this is 1977 garage.
Okay, great. All right. Any other questions? Questions about the report? All right. Under discussion, thoughts?
Well, I'll jump in and say I read the report thoroughly, and I agree with the conclusions.
Thank you.
Everyone on,
I agree.
Yes.
those rafter tails are nice, though.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, okay, well, it sounds like everyone's in general agreement. So does someone want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to accept the report as presented. Second.
And pardon my interruption, to the maker of the motion, can you also include the removal of the property from the historic resources inventory?
So be it.
And the seconder?
Agree. Make it so.
All right. Okay, under discussion, any discussion? All right, roll call vote, please.
Thank you. I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Lenvick,
Yes.
Commissioner McClure,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
and Chair Grunbein.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much, Commissioners.
All right.
I'll see you at the next meeting.
All right.
All right. We are on to item 2. This is 2101 State Street. This is a designated structure of, this is a continued item for project design approval and final approval. This is designated a structure of merit, First Congregational Church, constructed in 1935 in a vernacular form of the colonial revival style. A proposal to restore 8 wood windows, replace 12 metal windows on this non-significant portion of the building with fiberglass, and replace an existing door. Project design approval is requested. Project compatibility findings and minor alterations findings are required. Project was last reviewed on August 30th, 2023 consent calendar and was continued to the full commission. And there's a historical significance report. All right, welcome.
Chair Grunbein,
Yes.
can we get these to work,
Oh, yeah, hopefully.
please?
Your screen is off.
Or we can just do paper plans.
Ours is off. I don't know,
Was it working before? Oh, I see.
Did you put a quarter in it?
That's a new way they're fundraising.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so welcome. If you would introduce yourselves for the record.
Amy Von Protz.
Sharon Kaiser.
And I'm Peter Preisberg.
Are your microphones on?
Oh, that's good. There we go.
Peter Preisberg is my name.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And then you'll have 15 minutes. You don't take all of it, just, we prefer if you don't. And just walk us through. And we were a little bit familiar of it from last time. So, yeah, walk us through and tell us where you are.
Our project is First Congregational Church. It's located on State Street, right on the corner of State and Padre. We presented our project a few weeks ago to the HLC consent. And our project is basically to replace selected windows on the office meeting portion of the church property, not on the actual sanctuary itself. With currently there's metal windows there. They're really not in great condition, and we would like to want to replace them with fiberglass. So at consent, the material and the color were accepted. Final approval was given with casement windows, even though we proposed sliders. We understand that there's a difference between sliders and casements. However, due to the size, locations, we don't think there's enough to deny our request. So what I'm going to do is turn you over to Peter. He is our Finance and Facilities Committee Chair, and he's going to tell you a little bit about the windows that are there, why we're proposing sliders.
As you may know, the First Congregational Church is one of the oldest Protestant church in town, and we're kind of proud of that. It's over 160 years that we were founded and have been located several places. This is our last location. And we were kind of proud that the building has been designated structure of merit because it is a nice sanctuary building. And we want to make sure that the buildings are maintained properly, and particularly since we have shifted in our emphasis what we are doing, we want to make sure that the building is updated, is to code, and is safe. And so we have engaged on a renovation plan, mainly interior, but the windows are part of that renovation plan. A bit of a history to the or history, the designation of the building as a structure of merit. When you look at it, the concentration is basically on the sanctuary. This project that is in front of you has nothing to do with the sanctuary. It's a second building. The sanctuary was built in 1936. The architects were Richard Pittman from Carlton, Monroe, and Winslow. The wing that you're looking at with the big windows was built in 1959 with Donald Kimball as the architect. So there is already some diversity there in terms of architectures, although if you look at the view from Padre, you can see on the left side that the large building that is part of the original building, that is not even mentioned in the description of the building of merit. That's a fellowship hall that was integrated into the construction when the new wing was added in '59. And that is also indicated. Most of the pictures in the descriptions are referring to the sanctuary, and the secondary building is mentioned only kind of on the sideline. So in that respect, we think although it's a nice building, it's not as important for as a historical landmark as the sanctuary. When we looked at the windows, you could see on the previous pictures there's several types on that facade. On the left side, on the oldest part of the building, we have 3 sash vertical slide windows. On the main building, there are 7 almost same size windows, 4 in the upper floor, 3 in the lower floor. And with both, all of them have casements, wings for opening, and a fixed middle section. And then there's a round window at the far right, and what you cannot see very well is there's a recessed wall that has another small windows to a bathroom. That is also a casement window. The ones that are in contention are the 7 big ones on the main facade. They're all proposed as sliding windows instead of the casement. And that was done after consultation with Mrs. Hernandez. We mainly wanted to maintain the appearance the same. The only difference that you would see is when the windows are open, obviously with a casement that looks somewhat different from a sliding. The reason we chose the sliding was actually for 2 reasons. One, we don't particularly like casement windows. They are mechanically a bad design, so to start with, because you have a mechanical disadvantage that you have to overcome when you want to close them. Sliding windows are easier in that respect, and there's also a price difference. When we checked with the window manufacturers, and there's also availability, the sliding windows are much easier to get than the casement windows. But we checked with the manufacturer, and there is the 7 windows that would have been, if we switch those to casements, they are about a third more expensive, which is about $10,000 more than originally planned. The congregation was quite enthusiastic about going into the renovation project. We had a capital fundraiser. It's a small congregation because, as you know, the mainline churches are declining in membership. But it was a very successful campaign, but we obviously want to make the best use of the money, and so an extra hit of $10,000 for kind of a minor cosmetic change on a site that is really not the main part of the reason why it's a historic of historic interest. We would like to ask to approve the design with the sliding windows.
Okay, and does that, do you want to finish scrolling through your drawings as well?
So right now, you can see at the top, these are, this is a State Street view at the top. All the window replacements, this is Padre, facing Padre Street. The one to the right is actually in a well in the courtyard, so it's not even seen from the street. Down at the bottom, these are some of the conditions of the existing windows. Let's see, next one is just showing you where they're going to be replaced. So anything with 2 stars is going to be a fiberglass window. Anything with 1 star is going to be a wood window. The existing wood windows are going to be refinished. So you can see anything with double stars, upper and lower, will be replaced. Here's our picture of our slider, so there would be an XOX for the sliders, and the one door that we have that we're going to replace is in this little alcove right here. So I mean, it's not, and there is a driveway here too. So I think that's pretty minor. And I think that really pretty much tells the scope of the work for this project. And we're just asking for, we're going to do some restroom remodels, but we're just asking that you would not make us do casements and do the sliders instead.
Okay. All right, does that complete your presentation?
It does.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, if you want, for reference, we have the historic significance report that shows the main church, which is really what the designation was based on. This is the secondary.
Yeah, actually, that was going to be one of my questions to you. So why don't, yeah, you can, if you want
Yeah,
to just walk us through it as well.
this is the photo taken in 1978, when it was added to the resources survey, and this is now. So we really focused, and when you go out there, the main church really shines on State Street. It's really the main focus of the historic designation, not the 1956 accessory building. And many of the churches we've designated, we really focus on the main historic building rather than the new accessory building. A lot of churches in Santa Barbara and throughout the country did like additions in the 50s. There was that huge population boom, lots of Sunday school classes needed, but they didn't really compare in the style to the original building.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, so if that completes your presentation, we'll go to public comment. Any member of the public in the room wishing to comment on this item? All right, seeing none.
Thank you, Chair Grumby. Turning to virtual, if there is anyone participating on Zoom who'd like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and we can call on you. Not seeing any raised hands, and then we did not receive written correspondence, so back to the commission.
All right, to the commission for questions. Any questions about the project? Pretty straightforward.
I have a quick question, Chair
Sure.
Grumbine. Could you show the elevation of the building in question, and on that left side, the elevation, the photos,
Okay.
please? Okay. To the, go down one more, please.
Okay.
So these three windows that are just below the circular, are those all staying?
She's asking about these three
Yeah,
windows.
those are sash.
Those are, and they're staying.
Vertical sash windows.
Those were the one, yeah, you had a picture of, I believe, one of them.
No, they're not part of the project.
So those are just to remain?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other questions?
Just a quick question, Mr. Commissioner, just to confirm that if you substitute sliders for casements, it does not change the fenestration pattern. It only changes the window that's in it.
That's correct.
There's no new windows, there's no change in the spacing or the pattern.
Right, correct. So, and you can see that on the next page where we have the window manufacturers down here, same, so it'll be the same, right, exactly.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? All right. Under discussion? Thoughts? To slide or not to slide?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Butler.
I would support the applicant's request that we accept the windows that they're requesting in lieu of. So I think that's a reasonable, given the significance of the building or the not significance of the building. So I would be in favor of supporting the applicant.
Yeah. Vice Chair Huff.
Since I was the consent reviewer, then I should
Yeah.
rightly
Right.
speak on this. Yeah. I'm sympathetic. We all have financial, economic issues to confront in our projects, but that's not a main driver in decisions we make in this commission. And for me, the difference between a vinyl window or the fiberglass window, as long as the section is similar to the windows you're replacing and it can be painted so it looks like the same, then that's a reasonable substitute, whereas vinyl just looks like a cheap window. However, I can't say the same about sliders. They just don't look the same as casements, and I wouldn't be able to make one of the findings we have to make, which is that it's sympathetic to the historic resource, and I just can't make that finding, because I think it changes the whole context of the project. You've got sliders, which to me look like cheap windows, and they are less expensive, and that's why they're broadly used, but I don't think they continue the character of the overall building, site, and the neighborhood.
Okay. Other thoughts?
I feel that the use of sliders in this case is acceptable. I mean, the immediate location of them adjacent to the sanctuary itself is tenuous, and it's not that this is a Mission Revival Church or an Adobe or whatever. It's a little bit out of our jurisdiction to a degree, and I don't have a problem with sliders in this case.
Okay. Other thoughts?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Jordan?
I've struggled a little bit with this because I don't believe that cost alone is sufficient justification for an exemption. We don't make decisions based on what things cost. The commission doesn't. On the other hand, I am sympathetic to the argument that the Padre elevation is very much a secondary elevation and not part of what makes the sanctuary historically important. And I find that the State Street elevations of the entire complex is significant, and I would not support changes to that State Street elevation. But I am willing to support changes to the change requested. I just want to make it clear that it's not because of costs, because that's not a good reason for the commission.
Okay. Other considerations? Okay, I'll throw my 2 cents in. Oh, and actually, well, first with the question. So the window that has one slider in front of the other, where is that located? Or windows?
So that is, if you look at the key plan, lower level, you see 2 stars.
Yep,
And then you look at the upper level, you see 4 2-stars.
yep.
And then back to the other side, on the lower level, on the other side of the building, there's 2 2-stars, but those are the ones that are in the window well, below grade.
And that's that's where it says slider, fixed slider,
Yeah, right, exactly.
and then where it says double casement, youth chapel, is it above the youth chapel? Is that,
Yes, those will be the XOX, those will be the slider, fixed slider.
okay, so what about the one that's slider fixed? Just slider fixed?
Yeah, that's the one here down, those are all.
You could actually use them
Oh,
if you
I'm
want.
sorry, sorry. So this is slider, fix, slider. And so those are the double stars.
Okay, and then the one that's the third from the left, so it's no, next one over to the right, there we go. Now, where's that one located?
That one is on the kitchen window.
Right.
That's not even part of the historical landmark.
So this is the kitchen here, over here. And so these are 3 wood windows here, and this is a.
Slider fix, it's right there.
Right
It's that
there.
guy.
And
Okay.
then you go here to these 2 casements, and if you go to the upper level, to the far right, you'll see casement, because those are the 2 bathrooms that are there, so we would be putting casements in there.
Okay, gotcha.
But the big windows are the ones that we want the sliders, and those are the ones facing Padre Street or in a window well below grade level in the courtyard here on the main level. But
Okay,
again,
gotcha.
below.
Okay, so then with that, so of all these windows, the ones that offend me the most are the fixed slide, or the slide fixed, because then you have 2 planes and they're half of it's offset and half it's not, or vice versa. The ones that are slider, fixed slider, at least you have the symmetry of both planes staying, one on either side pushed back, and a center plane that's forward, or vice versa. Probably the center plane forward, at least out to the exterior. So at least at a first glance, those ones aren't as visually telling that they're as opposed to the sliders where you have half of it in front and half of it back. So slider fixed. And what's that?
Until they're partly.
Yeah, that's true. But those ones are always, even when they're closed, and they're probably going to be closed at least most of the time. But in my mind, that's just sort of an initial, what's the worst windows. I'm sympathetic to both of those arguments. But the bigger one is this isn't the historic resource that really seems to be the point of this property. And while I still think you need to be sensitive to it, it becomes at least a decent notch down in terms of how serious we need to get with our being strong with our principles about working with historic resources. So it's sort of like, in my mind, it's sort of like the backside and basement of a historic resource that really doesn't matter as much as about the big, most important front and those things. So it's attached to it, it's part of it in a certain sense, but also it's a late 50s building. It's not it doesn't seem to be what the historic resource is supposed to be really focusing on as a designation. And then the cost point, I would say yes, to at least to a degree. We do try to be at least somewhat. We try to find a reasonable solution to some degree, but cost is not usually the first right out of the gate driver. As well with the nonprofit, and that I think that's also where I think there can be a little bit of wiggle room, a little bit more sensitivity in the cost side of things in my mind. But at the same time, still trying to keep to the rules. So all that is to say, I think that this is one of those real gray areas, and it's a difficult one because we don't like sliders, and unless they're on unless they're on a very 60s historic resource, for being a 60s historic resource with these really cool aluminum sliders, which aren't cool, but in the 60s they were. So I think we're kind of in that. It seems like there's some support for it. some not support for it, so.
Somebody should make a
Yeah,
motion.
someone should
Wait,
make a motion, let's
wait.
see if we can get this
I think-
one way or the other.
Well, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Oh,
Do you
oh.
want to talk more?
I wanted to ask one other thing, or say that these are the same size, so it's exactly the same size of overall window unit. And the color is this sort of blue-gray that you have, which matches.
You don't have that sample with you,
I
do
do
you?
have the sample.
Oh, let's see the sample.
Can I just have a minute break? And
Sure.
My husband will be thrilled to get it out of the car. Yes, I can bring it in.
So my question is the profile, how, you have the same number of lights, correct? The number of glass
Do
units?
you have a sample of the window? Great,
Yeah.
let's do it. Yeah.
Paint
Should I go ahead and ask my question, though?
Sure, let's play it out, and then we can re-ask it if, yeah.
Okay. So the number of lights, the number of glass is exactly the same as what you have right now. So then my question is, what about the profile of the divisions, the muntins? Are they exactly or very close to the same size? So if you were looking at it from a couple blocks away, it would look very, you don't have like a big thicker profile there, right?
We're about to see.
Okay.
I don't think the sample has a
I think it's just a color sample.
Doesn't have a muntin.
Oh,
It's a
okay.
corner of the frame.
Oh, gotcha,
Yeah.
okay.
So if that is true, if all of that is true, that the profile is the same, and the number of lights is the same, and the size is the same, and the color is matching, then I would not, then I could support it.
Okay, great. All right, so let's see the sample.
So this is the color and
If you could
material,
put it here.
but not the
and this-
profile.
Yeah, City TV, if you can zoom in.
Again, it's not the profile, it's the color and the material.
Okay. All right, and it's probably something in this range in terms of the muntin depth and angle. Yeah, can you zoom in on the detail?
Sure, of course.
Maybe they don't have a muntin detail.
You can probably see it the profile on the outer side, the angled profile, it actually looks like this one here, on the top of your casement, where the two things of glazing are, or the two pieces of glass are.
Is that what you want to see?
Yeah, we want to see so,
Sorry.
right, let's see, I guess it would be on the image on the left, or the detail on the left, it'd be the top of it, and it looks like, is that a screen on the left-hand side? Showing a screen?
I don't think I'm doing this.
But I mean, it's probably, this is just
Yeah,
a standard
I think
detail.
so, yeah. I
So
think
right
it's
to the
standard
right of the
detail.
screen, if you zoom in, there's a slight angled part of the frame, and that looks like it would be the same profile as they would use on the muntin.
Is this what you want to see?
Yeah, and then hover over right in the middle of the screen, right in the, a little higher, right there, oh, a little lower. That angle piece, that's the profile, I think, of that,
Probably.
which is probably the profile.
Question is, how wide is it? But
Yeah.
in any event, it'd be probably plant on both sides.
That's true. Commissioner Lenvick?
I'd like to make a motion if we could.
Okay, all right, let's do this. Let's see what happens.
I think it's well, I'll make a motion. I want to make a statement first. I think it's unfortunate that we're treating a church, and I know they're struggling. My church is struggling. And we treat a church in the same way we treat a developer who's looking to maximize every dollar that goes into his pocket. And the church merely is trying to maximize its existence. And so I think we got to keep that in mind and not be so
HLC-ish?
yeah, whatever. So I'd like to make a motion to approve the window changes as submitted and prepared to make the findings, compatibility findings, you post them on the screen for me.
Okay, let's see if we get a seconder, and,
Sure.
yeah. Do we have a seconder?
I'll second it.
Commissioner Jordan? Okay, so why don't you take a shot at the compatibility findings?
I would say that we're consistent with the design guidelines for this project within this area of the city. And two, we're certainly compatible with the architectural character of the neighborhood. Mass bulk and sale scale is not appropriate. Applicable.
It's not appropriate. They have to
Use-
redesign the whole building.
Sensitivity to adjacent landmarks and resources. I believe that within the context of the immediate location to the historic sanctuary, that this window installation is sensitive. Public views of the oceans and mountains are not applicable, and use of open space and landscaping is not applicable.
I think there's a
I think
missing
this is,
part, actually.
I don't, this is for if it was on the actual historic resource. We're not on the resource, it's
Yeah.
just an accessory
Yeah.
building, so we don't
It's
need
not, it's not
those.
applicable, either one or two. My motion.
All right, and the seconder is fine with that? All right, under discussion.
One other, yes, sorry, can we look back at the picture, the elevation again? I wanted to see the photographs. So these are all recessed windows. They appear to be recessed windows without trim. So how is this product going to work with that? The existing windows are recessed and don't have a trim like the sample that you had brought in. So is that just a sample that's
This is a sample, this is material.
Color.
And color only.
It's-
This is not what we're, this is
you're going to have a recessed window just like this one?
just like this. This is just the only thing we could get was showing.
No, that's fine, that's fine.
Glass.
Yeah, good, okay, thank you.
And under discussion, I think there might be, just as a practical aspect of it, when this goes to get, because you brought that up, and that made me realize, I don't know how this manufacturer will want to have its fin that normally sticks out and how that gets waterproofed and installed. I think that may be an issue, but I think, and then you'll need to work with them to make sure that it looks like that in the end. There might be some other adjustments that need to happen,
Right, we
but
understand.
constructability-wise.
I understand.
Okay. All right, so any other
Chair Graham,
discussion? Yeah.
And do we all feel comfortable and we feel that the Muntins do match close enough from what we can tell there?
How's your comfort level?
I'm asking the rest of the group.
Well, so the we isn't.
Well, I don't know because I
The
can't,
we isn't the imperial we then, it's individual we.
okay.
Well,
I would-
she's
I-
asking us, we're here.
And I'm asking them, we're trusting that they
Well,
have said that they are.
and that's part of the discussion,
So,
right?
Here's the existing, here's the existing one.
right.
Well, that's the wood one.
Oh, I'm sorry,
If you
that's the
can-
wood, yeah. So,
you can go to the
So
metal.
without that dimension and putting a tape on it and checking it to be sure that they're the same, we're trusting that you're saying that it is.
And here's, I'm sorry, here's a metal one right here. This is the one that's in the well.
And then off to the left as
Which is
well.
thinner, that's way thinner because it's a steel.
Yes.
Could I add that these will probably be dual pane windows, yes? And so if there was actual divided lights, it would have to be a more substantial Mutton. But since they're plant-ons, they probably will match more of the proportions of the original window.
Good point, thank you.
Okay. All right, any other discussion? Okay, we'll see if we are feeling comfortable
Imperial or otherwise.
in a minute. All right, so roll call vote, please.
Thank you. I'll take roll call vote. Commissioner Lenvick,
Yes.
Commissioner McClure,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
No.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right.
And Mr. Chair, my reason for
Yes,
opposing is I
sorry.
can't make the findings.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. And sorry, this has to go back into your car.
Thank you so
right.
much. We look forward to seeing it.
Okay. All right. Item 3, it's 800 Alvarado Street, or Alvarado Place, sorry. This is a new concept, or a new item for concept review. And
So we're not
is
early,
the-
that's for sure.
Is the
Are those
applicant here?
applicants?
Okay.
Maybe they're-
Maybe I'll read it and then we'll go from there. Okay. All right.
That looks
So.
like an applicant. Oh,
This is
another
for 800
applicant.
Alvarado Place, El Encanto Hotel Historic District as a designated landmark constructed in 1913 to 1930 by Sewell, Ray, Eaton, Edwards, Plunkett, and Howell in the Craftsman vernacular Spanish colonial revival style. It's a complex one. Proposed exterior improvements to the site located in the Hillside Design District, including 2 new pools, a spa, outdoor dining area, fencing, trellis, a valet kiosk, removal of a tiered water feature on an existing fountain, replace the Alvarado Place driveway materials from concrete to brick, and hardscapes and landscape alterations. The project also includes 1 window-to-door conversion on Building 14 and the removal of 1 native oak and 10 non-native trees. So there's 2 parts. Part A is requesting acceptance of a letter of addendum to the 2002 Historic Structure Sites Report prepared by Preservation Planning Associates. The report concluded the proposed project meets the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation. And Part B is, and this is no final appealable action will take place at this meeting. Project compatibility findings, Hillside Design District findings, and minor alterations findings will be required for project design approval. And there was a letter addendum of 2002. And that's it. So welcome. If you could introduce yourselves for the record.
Why, thank you. Alexandra Cole, Preservation Planning Associates. I just have to lean in.
All right.
Trish Allen with SEPS.
All right. Thank you. Welcome.
I'm sorry.
Ooh, yes,
Cameron
paper
Hunt
plans.
with CJMLA, Landscape Architects.
All right, thank you, welcome. Okay, so if you guys, well, I guess we have the Part A and Part B. So, probably makes sense to go through the Part A and then put it on hold, and then go to Part B and discuss the design from there.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I just wanted to say it in here. It says El Encanto Hotel Historic District is a designated landmark. It's not, it's a designated district. And there are buildings, where's that yellow, there are buildings within it that are designated landmarks, buildings in it that are designated structures of merit, and then there are whole other areas in white that are considered not historic.
Who prepared this agenda?
That's a correction. We didn't have any historic district findings at the time, so we designated it as a landmark, the district as a landmark as a whole, in one hearing at
Oh,
council
really?
and
But
HLC.
It's still just a district, though, right?
The landmark is a district. It's one landmark that is a district, because
Oh,
we didn't
okay,
have the
I-
ordinance that defined a district back then.
Okay.
Mince
Okay.
those words some more.
Yes, but
Stand
it is
corrected, Nicole, I'm sorry.
We kind of said, we nominated it as the district is a landmark, because it's one whole resource as
Glad
a
we got
whole.
that cleared up.
I know,
Thank you.
but-
I should just
Yeah.
do
Okay,
do
so-
my thing.
Yeah, so if you would walk us through.
Yes, this was, I've been on this project since 2002.
Yep.
With Orient Express, bought the property and wanted to make a number of changes. And so we kept meeting with them, making changes, making letter addendums and so forth. And finally, as a condition of approval of the master plan for Orient Express, that was when it was made a historic district and landmark. Yes. Yes. And so when I was then, the property was bought by Belmont Hotel a couple of years ago, and they had wanted to make some, what they called tidying up changes. And most of the tidying up was done in areas that were white in here.
If you want to scroll through.
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, page 2 of the report has
Oh, here,
this
okay.
exhibit. I went ahead and brought 11 by 17s of that exhibit.
Well, you'll make
that I-
everybody happy.
I know.
I wanted to bring paper. And if you don't mind sharing,
Yeah, we can have it.
and then Mr. Chair, may I ask you to pass
You've
this
already
down.
won one vote on the
So
commission.
as Ms. Cole is describing the work that we did associated with these site improvements, now you'll understand the color coding, and then I don't have to try to zoom and rotate this exhibit
Oh,
that's
good,
on the screen.
Good.
Thank you.
So one of the early desires of Belmont was to have 2 pools. And at that point, Nicole Hernandez and I went up there with the owners to see what areas in white might they, because the white is all buildings and areas that are not considered significant. So if you'll go over to, and we found 2 areas,
Give me a moment.
okay? One was, okay, if you look down at the bottom. Keep going, please.
Okay, there we
Okay,
go.
no, a little further, a little
To
down.
the left?
And up a little. Okay, do you see the area, Building 5 is landmark, and Building 6, blue, is a structure of merit? And there's a great white field there in front of 5 and 6?
I'm sorry, I was
No,
pointing to the wrong area.
that was a white area that we said, okay, this might be a possibility for a pool. And then go up slightly, and you see buildings 7, 8, and 9, and then that area of white in between. And we said, now that's the possible location for another pool. And so of all when the types of projects that the hotel wanted were divvied up in this with 7 areas, which is what you're going to review. But only the area between 5 and 6, that blank area, and between 7, 8, and 9, these were the areas where the 2 pools are going to go. And those are the only ones out of the 7 areas that involve historic buildings. And so Cameron and Courtney and I worked very hard together to make sure that the positioning of the pools did not have any kind of impact on the historic buildings, on their entrances or how close they were to the pool and so forth. And so those were the 2 areas that I was dwelling on that were important. And I felt because we worked so hard, the 3 of us, to say, okay, now this is where the front entrances are, this is where it's a back area of the buildings, this is far enough away from the buildings, and that's how I was able to analyze that both those pools were, did not damage the historic integrity of those buildings. And as I say, for the other areas, we're all outside the areas that had significant buildings in them. So those were the 2 that I felt was really important to pay attention to.
Okay, great.
So your report concludes
Yes.
no impact.
The report includes no impact, but I did want to point out those 2 things, that they had wanted these pools for a long time, and we, as I say, after we went up and found the 2 white areas they could have, that the 3 of us worked very closely together, Courtney and Cameron, to make sure that these buildings were not imposed upon in any way. So that's where all the emphasis on these reports went.
Okay, great. If that concludes your presentation? All right, we'll pause now and go to public comment for this, for Part A. Is there any one in the room wishing to comment on the first part, which is the letter addendum, the historian's structure site report? All right, not seeing anyone to, do you want to comment on the?
I can wait till you do B.
Okay, B is about the design, this, if you want to go about the report in particular. But if you want, if it's in.
A's okay.
A's okay? Okay. You can come on up to the podium. You can fill out a speaker slip after.
What's that?
After you're done, if you can fill out a, oh,
He
you
already
already did?
filled out
Oh,
a speaker
great.
slip,
Okay,
yes.
perfect. You can state your name for the record, and then you'll have 2 minutes.
Okay, I'm Joe Campanelli. I'm a retired contractor, and I'm a neighbor of the El Encanto, and a past board member of the Riviera Association, and currently am working with a number of neighbors, about 10 families, that have been dealing with issues in the neighborhood, and they asked me to come and see this and report back and express what their concerns might be. And I've sat on the board of the AIA local chapter and headed the Contractors Association, so I know some of you, I've worked with some of you, and some of you I don't, so that's why I'm explaining that. Personally, I've always enjoyed the El Encanto as a neighbor, used it, and like what it brings to the neighborhood in general. And really appreciate the fact their sensitivity to the historic nature of the neighborhood and of the El Encanto. The neighbors' concerns mostly are design things that happen, get approved, that sometimes, but they bleed over into impacts on zoning and other agreements that have been made. And their concerns in the neighborhood primarily are consistency with ordinances like the sound ordinance, light trespassing, light ordinance, traffic, parking, and if the activities that are related to the design changes or activity changes that are as a result of design changes, how do those things affect those other things? And because they might get approved from the way they look, but actually how they are carried out and impacted in the overall organization. And of course, we want the El Encanto to succeed in its endeavors and appreciate what it's done. Parking and transportation issues are especially a concern in the neighborhood. There's been a lot of impacts over the last 2 or 3 years that the groups are right now continuing to deal with and want to make sure that the El Encanto is in concert with all those things. And then my own personal thing is, you might as well throw on the list there, that lovely wall that you come up on Moreno up is stone and concrete. So the concrete would be a great generous gesture on the El Encanto's part if they clean that up and skin that with stone, because it ties into the whole, the quality of who you represent, what you do in the neighborhood, and the quality of the organization. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, anyone else in the room wishing to speak in public comment? All right, not seeing any, we'll go to virtual.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I do have one raised hand for Beverly Johnson Trial. Beverly, I'm going to send you an unmute request. Please unmute, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Hello. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the Historic Landmarks Commission. My name is Beverly Johnson Trial, and I live close by the El Encanto. After looking at the proposed changes, I was struck by the words luscious greenery on the upper right of the photos. I associate that with Hawaii or Florida, where there is abundant rain. Yes, the proposed property would be more luscious than in its current state, but we are living in a semi-arid area and need to conserve water. Allowing 2 pools when we and many other residents are radically conserving water is far from fair to us. A rain catchment system should be installed for the greenery and a water-permeable hardscape in order to keep the water on the property. In conclusion, I propose that the beautiful El Encanto be not only the jewel of the Riviera, but the water conservation jewel of the Riviera by 1, not having 2 new pools, 2, installing a rain catchment system, and 3, installing water-permeable driveway and walkways. Please show fairness to us residents. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. And Chair Grumbine, we do not have any more raised hands, and we did not receive any written correspondence, so I'll turn it back to the commission.
All right. So to the commission for, okay, so now actually, so we will go to.
Table it?
Yeah, table item A, and let's go to item B for presentation. So,
Thank you.
all right,
I'm going to start out with a brief introduction.
yes,
And then
please.
turn it over to Cameron to walk you through the landscape plans. I think you've heard a little bit of our project goals, but I'm going to reiterate them. So our goal today, this is a concept review. We're here for your early feedback, big picture, if you will, whether or not the project's going in the right direction. That way we get your comments now and we can further develop the plan and bring that back to you. Per Ms. Cole's letter addendum that is now tabled, the proposed improvements have been found to be consistent with the Secretary of the Interior standards. And I think Ms. Cole did explain to you the multiple meetings and work and outreach that we did with Ms. Hernandez too, to really look at areas where development could occur and not impact the existing resources. So we were very diligent about that. And then also, as you know, there's a pretty rigorous staff level review that occurs before we could come to you for concept review. And so we have found that the project is, staff has determined that the project is compliant with zoning. Again, part of that diligent work between the owner and the project team, that early on work was able to achieve the following. We want to supplement existing resort amenities to improve upon the guest experience, of course, considering the neighborhood context while doing that. Provide these amenities in areas that are compatible with the historic character of the property, and of course, enhance the generous garden areas that the property is known for, and also mentioned by the public speaker. The property is, Karen will get into the water use, but we are subject to the city's low water use ordinance on this property. And so just briefly on the screen, you see the proposed areas of improvements labeled A, B, C, and D. So area A is the entry, that's the main entry. And really the primary change here is to remove some concrete from the driveway and add brick. Cameron will be speaking to areas of permeability and also refresh with planting replacements in that area, just some supplemental plantings. Areas B and C, primarily the sensory garden. So this is the area south of the main building and kind of overlapping towards the main pool there. So we want to renovate those unused areas to create usable space for outdoor amenities and garden pathways. And we'll be showing you zoomed in plans for these areas. Very small on the screen, the main pool is right about here, and the project proposes a spa at the southern edge of the existing pool. Again, an added amenity. There are no spas currently. I should say jacuzzi. And then, of course, the two new pools that we've talked about, sited to complement the surrounding gardens. And the pools are proposed to provide areas where families can gather and recreate outdoors. The existing pool has been determined not be sufficient to accommodate the current demand at the hotel. Again, overall, the program is intended to refresh and enhance the existing generous landscaping, circulation, and provide additional opportunities for guests to enjoy this iconic property. And with that, I'll turn it over to Cameron to walk you through the plans.
Thank you, Trish, Chair Grumbine, commissioners, thank you so much. We're excited to be here today. Unfortunately, Courtney Miller, who worked on much of the design, is out sick today, but she wanted to share with you that the property is significant to her personally, as she and Katie O'Reilly Rogers received the Lockwood Forest Award from the Commission in 2014 for the previous landscape design. The overall landscape design is to create a variety of outdoor areas to enhance the overall guest experience, highlighting the historic nature of the property and embracing its unique garden quality. We've developed outdoor spaces which are carefully located around the areas of significance, as we looked at, spaces which are compatible with the existing property's identity and existing materials, and spaces that provide opportunities for improving the storytelling experience. And as Trish was just mentioning, as we're looking up at the site plan, just to orient everyone who's not familiar, the property is obviously central. Alvarado runs on the left side of the drawing, north-south, and Loswin to the bottom. And if you can see my cursor here, the main building is right here. And other elements the public might be familiar with are the Lily Pond, which is over here, and the Pacific Lawn about here. So we are proposing a combination of new garden areas, revitalizing some existing garden spaces, new terraces, brick walkways, 2 new pools and a spa to enhance the overall guest experience. And so we are going to look at these 4 areas, but they're really divided into 7 key garden areas, which I'll go to in detail. See, there's a page down. So again, I mentioned these 7 key garden areas, and just for the sake of time, I'm going to kind of move quickly across some of these pages, which we'll be happy to come back to in the question and comments. But these are some of the existing conditions of each of these 7 key garden areas, divided by those specific 7 spaces. And so I'm going to just quickly pass these by, but we're happy to come back and look at these more carefully with you as we study these. This is our existing tree disposition plan, and the project, while there are approximately 300 trees on the entire property, there's about 58 that fall within our limit of work. And of those 58, we are proposing removals of 11 trees. And as part of these proposed plans that we're going to share with you today, we are proposing about 60 new trees in comparison to those 11 removals. Happy to come back and talk about this in detail if we have any questions about those. Preliminary arborist information, including a management plan and inventory of all of the existing trees. And again, we can come back and talk about any of that. We've got our preliminary materials and visioning identified by each of these key garden areas we'll talk about. And again, just for sake of time, I'm just quickly moving past these sheets to get into the garden, but happy to go back and talk about any of these as well. This is really about look and feel. And so that's just trying to give some character to some of these improvements as we're early on in the concept phase. So this would be our key garden area number 1, which is the arrival space. And really, this is really focused on a refresh to the plant material and an enhancement to the existing paving. So we're focusing on improving and enhancing and revitalizing these existing garden spaces. I think they could use this refresh. I think it would be a great move. It's going to help provide some privacy screening in certain areas where lights are shining towards cottages, as well as give some just really enhancement to the overall arrival experience. And you'll notice the area is shaded in kind of a brick tone. That's the area that's currently existing concrete, except for some small fingers in the central area. That we're proposing to replace the existing concrete with brick paving to match the rest of the valet circle that is currently brick. So those colored areas that you're seeing there would be transferred from concrete to new brick. In addition, there's, to better serve the hotel's needs, we're proposing a new valet station, which is to the lower left here. And that's indicated on the architectural sheet on the bottom half of this sheet.
We're still studying this element.
Correct. As Trish mentioned, we're still studying this, but that's what is located there on the bottom half of this architectural sheet. The building 14 minor alteration, we can come back to that, but this is the sheet that contains that information as well. So moving on, this is key garden area number 2. I'm going to see if I can just get the marquee zoom. We're calling this the wellness garden. This area is intended to really enhance and expand the current spa experience. And so this is really sort of a secret garden, place where small gatherings could happen related to the spa. There's a couple's outdoor treatment terrace with an overhead trellis. And we have existing terraces that are adjacent to the main building, which are to remain in place. And it's really a garden enhancement. And moving to the south and to the east, this area below where the hand is located, it would be the sensory garden. And this is an area proposed to provide some intimate charm, an assortment of plantings and a wandering path that moves through those garden spaces, a meadow, butterfly garden, some small seating nooks, and a small rockery water feature, which we've worked with Alex Cole closely with, and Courtney and her have conversations about that, making reference to the existing rockery water feature on the north side of the property. We have citrus trees, existing retaining walls to remain, stone retaining walls to remain, and a path that leads us to the next space we'll discuss, which is the key garden area number 4, the orchard terrace. And before I switch sheets, just wanted to highlight the location of the main building here and the Pacific lawn to the top right of the drawing, as we'll be moving to the east of this to look at the next sheet and the next garden area. So our key garden area number 4 is the orchard terrace. Reflected here in the drawing. So this area carefully respects the open character of the adjacent Pacific lawn, which we just looked at in the previous sheet, maintaining important views from the main building and the pool areas. So this space, the orchard terrace, has an outdoor dining garden and an arbor, citrus garden along the south walkway there, a vegetable terrace to the north, and we see a portion of the lavender field which pours over onto the previous sheet we are on the top left of the drawing. Flagstone paths, a large specimen tree, and connecting pathways to the hidden pool, which is the next key garden area to the right. And we can go ahead and scroll over and take a peek at that as well. So our client asked us to study the feasibility of adding 2 new smaller pools to the property. As Trish mentioned, the existing pool is not sufficiently sized to accommodate the current demand. And as Alex Cole mentioned, in citing the new pools, she walked with Nicole Hernandez and worked together to determine the best possible location for these 2 new pools, and this is one of them. And this pool has an infinity edge. It's set to be an idyllic, tranquil landscape experience, and the concept with both pools was really tuck them away and have them completely surrounded with landscaping so they almost appear as secret gardens. The pool is located to maintain compatibility with the adjacent historic cottage, building number 5 to the north, out of the required setbacks to the south, and respect to the adjacent existing trees. So the goal is to properly screen this area as well from lost wind below by removing the existing leggy hedges that are down there and implementing new layered vegetative screening, while also preserving the historic open character of the Pacific lawn and views of the main building from Lower Moreno Road. Moving on to key garden area number 6. Our client also asked us to study the implementation of an infinity edge spa at the south edge of the existing pool deck. There is no spa currently, as Trish mentioned, and this spa would involve the expansion of the pool deck on the right and left side, overstructure, and would contain a tiled infinity edge, and that's the rendering there, kind of indicating that improvement. Moving on to our last key garden area. This is called the garden pool. That's what we're calling the garden pool here. And again, carefully located this in coordination with Alex Cole and Nicole Hernandez. And just, again, this is really an attempt to tuck these pools away and completely have them surrounded in landscaping so they almost appear as these secret gardens and have function for family use. And we are connecting these to some new pathways to connect the pool to the accessible path of travel to the north. And so in doing so, there's some low stone retaining walls that we want to reference the existing. And we also implementing an evergreen screen hedge so that any fencing or guardrail would be really more of a decorative rail to match the existing, and we would be tucking those into evergreen screen plant material. As we saw on the architectural sheet, there is a minor alteration to Building 14, changing a window to a door to accommodate bathroom access for this pool. And that's, happy to flip back to that in questions and comments as well. And we have a section and elevation of this garden pool as well here. And lastly, in terms of water use, the plant palette is designed with an emphasis on low-maintenance species and compatibility with the existing site. And so our plant palette is there to, if there's any questions. And of course, we appreciate all of the commissioners' time. We are seeking high-level concept feedback just in order to confirm that the direction of the project is acceptable and that we're working in the right direction, and in order for our team to further develop the design details. And so with that concludes our presentation.
All right. Great. So with that, we can go to public comment on this design item. Anyone in the room wishing to comment on this portion of the presentation? Item B. All right, not seeing any. We'll go to virtual.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. Turning to virtual, if there's anyone participating on Zoom who would like to speak on the design portion of this item, please raise your hand and we can call on you. Not seeing any raised hands, and then we did not receive any written correspondence, so back to the commission.
All right. So questions first. Questions of the applicant?
Mr. Chair, can they be questions of the historian as well? or-
Yeah, I think we should probably have both, because I had a similar type thought as
Okay.
well. We can do both.
Yeah, a question.
Commissioner
Do you
McClure?
have, do you have an overall site plan that shows the neighbor to the east on that easternmost pool? Like where that structure
Where
sits?
base D is?
Would that be in the survey?
That would be in the survey, which is not part of this presentation deck, but I believe we have that referenced.
Oh, there we go.
Right.
Zoom into
I
that
can
bottom
see
right
where-
corner.
Yeah, there's a
Okay.
marquee, and then it's right around there.
It's kind of this is why we took it out, because it's a little
It's-
slow.
Yeah, and it's
So
large.
this is the
The pool area?
pool area. This is an accessory, I imagine the garage or maybe a shed.
Garage.
I don't know who spoke. And so the residence is over here, Mr. McClure.
Okay. Other questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair House.
I'm thinking about access for construction of the pool, especially the one between 7, 8, and 9. And is that a consideration in impact on historic structures, how you excavate a pool in such a tight location?
That is not, at least we have not discussed it, but I think that's a good point to discuss.
Yeah, okay.
So that,
Less so the other pool between 5 and 6, but yeah, that other one seems a real challenge.
no, I think you're right, but that's a point.
They excavate with teaspoons.
Yeah.
What?
They excavate with teaspoons.
Yeah. And a bucket line with a rope. yeah.
Historic.
I think that's right. Okay, other questions?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Butler?
So in the location of the two pools that you're proposing, as I recall from memory, the L has several steep grades. There's some gradient concerns or gradient areas. Where these two pools are proposed, what is the grade or the slope of those areas? Is it?
Aren't there
have you-
section drawings for those?
Yeah, have you looked at that?
We do have
Because
a section.
You're going to add, obviously, the construction aspect to it, the weight of the pool, but more importantly even is the weight of the water once those pools are filled. That's going to put a lot of weight, period, on those two locations. Yeah, so you can see the grade there. So I think it would be important just to be comfortable that the surrounding can support that introduction of that kind of structure. And those are two proximates. They're both close to each other. So they may be in the same slope or the same grade together, which would unify the significance of the addition. I don't mean to ramble on, but it's a couple of things that popped out to me initially was that concern.
So as a question,
Did you have a geological done, or did you have any, have you taken the steps to have that investigated?
and/or do you not see it as an issue, and if not, why?
We have Joe Angelides here.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't formally looked at the impact of the weight of the pools on the existing grade, but there's nothing that's severe that has me concerned. So,
That's why they're structural engineers.
yeah, well, I know my structural, requirements. We're not looking at like a 2-to-1 slope. It's pretty gradual slope. So that load and how it dissipates into the soil below is
Is it expansive soil?
likely, yeah.
Caissons,
So-
that'll be another issue.
But
Teaspoon.
I mean, it'll be engineered. They're not huge pools. They're pretty shallow and pretty
Yeah.
small. So
Okay. And actually, while we're on this, do you have a section through the other pool?
Yes, we do.
You can zoom in,
Let me
too.
pull that up.
That one's more-
So both of them are about the same, currently thought to be about the same depth, like around 4 or 5 feet?
Right, about 4 to 5 feet is the average. I don't think we've studied that fully, but that's the thought thus far.
Other questions?
Yeah,
Commissioner Levy?
how about the section through the added infinity pool? It's your section B. No.
Oh, excuse me.
That is an interesting thing.
To you, maybe.
Well, to me, I drive on Les Wayne a lot. And I have got to think about what I'm going to see as I look up there. You're putting a lot of built stuff in the air there with that infinity pool lip and the glass handrail or whatever. I don't know if I actually see the brick columns, but I'm curious as to whether or not I would see that. That's my foot.
Uh-oh.
That's my foot.
You
Do
did
you have
it.
paper plans of the rest? Oh, okay, well, we might be able to keep going.
Okay, here
Oh,
here
we're back.
we are.
So I think that would be interesting to see a section from Les Wayne that we can kind of catch, not just a 90-degree section, but one, maybe what we view as we kind of move along Les Wayne as it comes up there.
Story poles.
Right.
Whatever.
Right.
The other question I have is, I see you on your plan, butterfly garden or whatever. What does that mean?
They grow butterflies.
Yeah, I think that's plant material that attracts butterflies. But that was, I'm sorry, we don't have Courtney here to dive further into the elements,
Yeah.
but that's my understanding.
When I look at that plan where that infinity pool that I was just talking about is, I see the,
Can we go to it in plan?
I'm not sure that's where I saw the term butterfly, but what I did see was the same graphic, the striking of a green diagonal lines. So that, the intent is that planting all through that area be attractive to butterflies.
I think the butterfly garden is a specific smaller portion of the sensory garden, the sensorial garden. And the graphic convention of the crosshatch, I think Courtney's using here to indicate a mix of lower ground covers in those areas. So here we see ground cover plantings indicated with a crosshatch.
Can you?
Well, going back to the
Hover around it with your, yeah.
Yep, and then, sorry, I'll go back. The butterfly garden, I think, was just in this
Right,
general
exactly,
area.
yeah.
So, yes, this crosshatch is being used to indicate different low plantings. And I think the butterfly garden is really just centrally this
Right.
specific location right here.
So you capture butterflies with planting and not with an enclosure, a mesh enclosure like you maybe have at the Botanic Gardens.
I think the intention really isn't to capture them, but to just attract butterflies,
Pollinators.
just for the beauty and just an experience in the garden.
Right.
Right.
But you wouldn't be building a structure there.
No, that is correct. No
Well,
structure is proposed.
You can go to the Museum of Natural History.
Yes.
Yeah.
Chair Grumbine?
Yes, Commissioner Ansberg.
I have a question. Did I hear correctly, Building 14 was where you were going to do some modifications to make a bathroom for the pool?
That's
Okay.
correct.
Okay, and then it looks to me like you have some hedge material or something like that, that you're burying the fencing for the pools around, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Do you have any photographs, kind of to Commissioner Lenvick's concern on Les Swen? Do you have photographs from below looking up at this area yet?
I don't believe we have those photos included in this set. We have studied that view and have walked that and looked at that carefully, and no, we don't have photos included in this set yet.
Okay. And then finally, on the front entry, do you also have photographs of existing right now of how that is looking at the moment,
We do.
but not in this presentation?
They are part of this presentation
okay.
set. I can bring those
Yeah,
up. if
Yeah,
you
would
like.
you mind,
if you
please?
can go to there.
So you're saying refreshing, so you're basically replanting this entire area?
Correct. The area indicated on plan that's rendered with color of the areas that we're proposing. And then, yeah, this is where the concrete would be converted to brick.
And is there,
That historic tree will be fine. That's the one piece in this whole area that's historic.
Okay.
That is left.
okay. And then is there any plan for, off to the right there is kind of the sort of back of house area where there's, a lot of back of house stuff that you see, unfortunately, when you're coming in. Is there any plans to do anything about that area there?
So I researched the gate that you see there. Apparently, there was a much nicer gate that you guys approved, and it got damaged, and then it got replaced with that.
By accident, it got
And
damaged?
no one likes it, so we're going to just replace it with what was originally approved.
Okay,
So.
All right.
thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Vice Chair House.
the brick paving that's replacing the concrete driveway, is that going to be permeable paving?
Currently, it's proposed to match existing, so the existing condition is impermeable, and the brick proposed would be impermeable as well at this point, to match the existing so that we don't have a transition of materials, but that it's continuous.
I was just wondering in regards to the public comment about a rain catchment or something, and if you had opportunities like that driveway.
So we haven't fully studied all of the stormwater components at this yet in terms of the landscape design elements.
So, as part of the improvements, we're subject to Tier 3 stormwater requirements, so there'll be plenty of stormwater treatment as part of this project.
fun.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks, Joe.
All right. Other
One, Mr. Chair, one just very quick question for the record. We're talking about increased amenities, but at the end of this project, are we talking about increased visitor capacity? In other words, could there be more
That's a
people?
revolving chair. Thanks for the question, Commissioner Jordan. No, there's
Okay.
no changes to number of guest rooms, no alteration in how much parking needs to be provided.
Okay.
It's just for
Increased amenities.
existing conditions and operations. That's right.
Okay.
Mr.
Great.
Chair,
Commissioner Butler.
I have one more question. There's reference to removing 10 non-native trees. Can you show where those trees are currently that you're proposing to remove?
Absolutely.
And the size of them would be interesting
Yeah, 'cause-
information.
So nothing in this arrival area, just to clarify. Let's not do
Except
that.
that big eucalyptus is.
So there's
The eucalyptus is to be protected in place. So to
Yeah.
help you to identify where these are located, you can see dark black X's. And so we've got a multi-olive 7-inch and 1-inch here. We've got a 7-inch DBH strawberry, a multi-366 jacaranda, and a 7-inch strawberry here. Then down here, we have a 6-inch DBH olive. And then, forgive my scrolling over here, let me try and remarquee this guy.
So you're going to keep the
Slide
ukes that are in there?
Thanks.
It looks like it, huh?
I don't think there are any Euclid tools.
There we go.
Yeah, so those was,
7-inch acacia, there's a 22-inch California pepper, and we have one oak which we are proposing to mitigate for that's really centrally located to the pool area.
None of those large ukes.
pardon? So
The
the
large
eucalyptus
ukes.
None of the
are
large.
going to remain,
That's
correct?
right.
Eucalyptus, let's see, I think that's,
Might be a one more.
Part of the butterfly garden.
Oh, my God.
and then,
Maybe it's a protected habitat.
and then at the hidden pool area, we have a 15-inch DBH olive, a 24-inch deodar cedar, which is really centrally located where the pool is, and then the other X actually isn't a tree, that's a privet.
Great, thank you.
Welcome.
All right. Any other questions? I had a quick question about do you have any photographs of, in the architectural, you comment that you're going to copy the same beam ends or that of, do you have a photograph of that beam end? Those beam ends, or do you have a, even though it's far away? do
This
you-
is for the valet station.
Yeah.
That's in progress. We're going to totally change that. So
Okay.
we're looking at another design.
Okay.
So, I mean, if we do put the beams, they're gonna mimic what's already there.
Okay. And then on the, can you go to the, point out where that section was taken that has the overhang cantilever and infinity edge? Cantilever walk and then infinity edge. I was trying to,
For the immersive spa?
is that, oh, okay.
So it's cut
Yeah.
through the existing building and the pool deck right here.
Okay, and then the walkway that's cantilevering is, can you run the? Right there? Okay,
Here.
service walk?
Right,
Okay.
there's a little service walk below the infinity
Got
edge.
it, and then so that's what we're seeing, the beams with the vines or whatever, that's down below with the piers.
Correct, so the intention is to set that just slightly above the existing structure which involves the existing brick columns and the overhead arbor.
And what's the purpose of the service walk?
The service walk is to allow somebody to get below, and it's just for maintenance access only. It would just be somebody to be able to maintain and access the equipment in the lower tier of the infinity edge where the water pours into and
The pool guy.
recirculates. Pool guy.
Or gal.
Okay.
Or gal.
Yeah.
And then can you go back to the section now?
Sure.
Just to be inclusive.
And then okay.
Do you want to talk about
All right,
that too?
yeah. Do you want-
One
Yeah.
of you sit in the other side.
This is going to be quite an engineering challenge to have done, and we haven't even gotten into it. So what you see is kind of just diagrammatic concept. It's going to change. There's a lot of questions that need to be answered about how we support the pool, what kind of structure is going to be needed to carry the weight.
Yep.
So I'd rather get into those details and then come back to you with a more detailed design.
Okay, great.
What does that dashed magenta line represent?
That's the existing outline of the deck.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the pool deck, and there's a small area of planter below.
Oh, okay.
That's kind of to compare the existing conditions to the proposed building.
Okay. And then, then this might be a question for Ms. Cole. So how, is there a difference with how you look at features? So considering this is let's see, 1913 to 1930, Sewell, Ray, Eaton, Edwards, Plunkett, and Howell, Craftsman, Vernacular, Spanish Colonial Revival style.
That was not my.
Yes, I know. So considering this ranges years, right, in terms of when it was developed and the styles with it, and considering that these different elements are near different structures or incorporated into different structures, what is sort of the approach that these things are taking or needing to take? Can you speak to that? Do they vary, or is there a period of significance umbrella that you're throwing over everything, or how are you judging the features as they get developed?
You mean the features such as the pool?
Such as the pools, the trellis here, the
Trellis and all of that is all on modern things. And so what you were just looking at was not something that, oh, sorry, thank you. What you were looking at was on a modern part of the building, and so I don't get involved with those because it's not considered historic.
so that
That one you were looking at,
oh, because that's the backside of the pool.
yes,
that
and
whole
the
deck.
pool,
Okay.
and the pool is modern.
Gotcha.
And so that then falls outside my jurisdiction.
Okay. Okay, and you, in as much as it still follows the Secretary's Interior standards, but it's because it's detached and not, it's not directly affecting the historic resource,
Which?
or all the ones surrounding.
Oh, the two that I had to look at were the two pools, because those were near significant buildings. But all of this, what you're seeing there with the below the pool and all of those, the greenery, was all in a white area. Meaning it
Gotcha.
was modern, and it didn't fall under my purview.
Okay, great. And then I guess to the landscape architects, so seeing as how this is worked into, but in the white areas, the various, with having lots of landmark garden features and structures throughout, as well as buildings, what has been your approach? And then considering you've already done, the firm or members of the firm have already been part of the great landscape job already, what has been the sort of strategy for these new areas and how they are integrate and relate to the work that has been done before, both in landscape and the historic work that's in both landscape and architecture?
So I wish Courtney could be here to help better explain a lot of the function there. But yeah, as you mentioned, she's been involved with the property for some time, since the 2013 renovation. It's personally significant to her as a project. And so carefully looking at the existing plant material and the history of the project. So that not only has to do with plant material, but also the materials that are selected. I think it's a careful selection of materials that are compatible with existing, so we're not bringing in a new batch of ideas we're trying to force into the project, but looking at the existing materials like the sandstone walls and the brick paving and the decorative guardrail, and taking cues from the property as it exists and historically, rather than trying to implement something new. And I think also just the pedestrian scale of a lot of the garden spaces informs the decisions as well. So this isn't a big, large, expansive contemporary commercial project. I think the scale and the sensibility of the individual garden spaces are important. So I think they were all conceived with an idea of keeping their continuity with the entire site in terms of design, but also that these individual key garden areas have their own identity amidst that.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, any other questions?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Ensberg and then Vice Chair House.
Thank you. Another question was, if you, I know you talked about how much time you spent trying to find a good place to put these pools, given the, how dense it is already and all the existing buildings. If you had any other, so you sort of, backed into a corner in some respects. If you didn't have all of these limitations, is there some other place that you would have preferred these pools to be? They're all kind of all in one area. Would you have, if you could wave a magic wand and you could have them anywhere, were there any other places that you would have wished, for example, that you could have put these pools?
Do you want to?
We all know the answer.
Right.
Who's gonna go? Cameron, you can go.
In the neighbor's yard.
Where that eucalyptus tree is.
Right.
Well, the first area for the garden pool, the one on the east side, if you're looking at your exhibit that I
Do you want
handed
to hover
out.
over?
Okay.
Well, I don't have the exhibit up. So the exhibit, the 11 by 17, the big lawn area down at the bottom, right where right where your thumb is,
By the pool. Oh.
below
this one.
9.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Here.
Did we toggle
City
something?
TV, could you zoom in here?
City TV.
Oh, okay, down here.
Not that chair,
Well,
this chair.
if you're looking at, on your monitor. Sorry, City.
All right.
See, I thought the paper would be fun.
Yeah, no, this is good. Brings back memories. You were saying this
So
was.
Commissioner Ensberg, to answer your question, yeah, that,
Right in there.
Well, that's where it is
I'm
now.
sorry,
That's what it is now.
Down
The
there.
first location that you were looking at.
Yeah.
One location was here.
it's really what, I think a lot of the consideration too was the type of building there, the suites there, and certain suites are more accommodating for families, and we're trying to create a family pool, family experience here. But, yeah, we walked over there, and the first thing Alex and I said was, no. This is sacred area.
Green is historic. You just kind of,
Right.
so you couldn't put it there.
I guess, do you
Did
have?
I answer your question?
Commissioner Ensberg, maybe I did go on the site visit, and we can request a site visit if that would help the commission understand the site. When you're on the site, it does not feel like you're backed in a corner. It really, the whole site sort of meanders, and you feel like you just came into like a special little secret space. But it never felt to me like it was like shoved in a corner, like the only available space. But the commission, if it your pleasure, we can do a site visit to really get to know the sites. This is the cluster of buildings that's much more Spanish colonial revival, the later 1920s buildings, whereas the upper ones are more like the 1913 buildings that are around the arbor.
Right.
Yeah, those are more the arts and crafts, or the vernacular craftsmen, pretty much. But it might be worth it for you to better understand it then.
Yeah.
And
no,
you, I mean, it's an open site, you can go on
Yeah,
your own,
yeah.
but if we want to do a group scheduled agendized.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay,
I think
might be
that would be
a
great.
future discussion thing. So I want to wrap up questions, and then we can move on to roll into comments, and then we're going to try to keep it moving here.
Mr.
So
Chairman.
any other questions?
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
I forgot to ask before about pool equipment and if you've given any thought to where that would go, but we can deal with that in a future review. But I wanted to ask you, does the removal of a significant tree like that deodar in the east pool, does that impact the historic context of the structures around it?
The tree was not determined significant.
Okay,
Wouldn't-
so you've considered that aspect, okay.
Right, and that's why we considered retaining the one out front.
Yeah, which is where you could put a pool.
All right, we're done with questions now then, and we'll
Yeah,
move on
I'm
to
done.
comments. And maybe we just quickly go down the line
Yeah.
and give initial thoughts on this. This is for conceptual review. This is, they've done some good due diligence, so, but I think we've also heard that a fair amount of the structures and other things are still under consideration and tweaking, so we don't need to go into comment on those. We just know that they're continuing to be developed. And we'll review them at that later time. All right, Commissioner Butler?
Yeah, I think this is off to a good start. I mean, this is, it's preliminary, and we'll want to see some more details. We've already talked about the valet station. That's going to change a lot, the spa. But in general terms, I think you're pretty comfortable with where you're at.
I have several comments, Mr. Chair. In terms of future presentations, I think you've already picked up the vibe that sections will be important to us. I'd also, in the future, like to see something about lighting. If you're going to have paths and people down there, what kind of lighting would there be? My last comment, and landscaping. In future presentations, I don't mean a lengthy one, but some sort of review of the landscape history so that we can be reassured that we are refreshing and not replacing the historic character of the landscape. And that can be done just by taking us a little bit through that. My last comment is about water, and it's in response to one of the public comments. I am not as concerned about water in this case. The state of California has told Santa Barbara that it needs to add thousands of new housing units. In various community discussions about other projects, communities of which I'm a member have been assured that the city has secured ample water going forward. So I think that this is an issue we'll keep bumping into, but the latest things that I have heard from city officials is that the city of Santa Barbara has enough water. And so this is an issue going forward. I'm not concerned for this project.
Okay.
No major concerns, and I think there are appropriate improvements.
All right, Commissioner Lenvik?
Yes, my only concern, of course, is what we see from Lost Wayne of all the improvements that are going on below the existing pool in the main building. My other comment is I don't see how you can possibly get equipment in to build a pool, the east pool. Not that it's our concern, but I can't imagine how you're going to do that. You ought to ask a contractor.
Getting a spoon in there is not hard.
Especially a historic spoon. All right, Commissioner Ensberg?
Thank you, and thank you for this presentation. Really appreciate it. My only comment, I agree with what's already been said, and my only other comment would be, I'm a little concerned about these locations, that they're all so much at one end, and that, the sort of the activity for others, it's not equally sort of distributed throughout the site, so that people can, have a pool somewhere near where they're staying. But I understand the limitations. I'm also responding to the neighbor, to the public comment, and that these pools be in locations that, that are sensitive to the next door neighbor. We did look at that one, but just to be sure that we're being sensitive to them. And I think everything else has already been said. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I have,
Commissioner,
I know-
considering this is an almost all landscape project.
Right, right. And I know this is an aesthetic board, but the site plan is a part of design. And I was wondering, at what point does the increase in facility and use challenge the CC&Rs of the CUP that the El Encanto has? Maybe that's a staff question?
Okay.
But I'll just go ahead with the rest of my comments. So I'd like to hear about that. At what point does it trigger?
Yeah, let's jump to that real fast in terms of whatever information we can get in terms of.
There is no conditional use permit.
Oh,
So this property has a unique zoning overlay. I think it's one of the only
Landmark
RH.
district.
No,
landmark?
aside from that, I'm not even going to go there. But the zone allows this resort hotel. And so it did go through, obviously, the larger master plan project required a development plan review by the Planning Commission. And with our staff reviews, we will be documenting how this project is consistent with those previous approvals. That's part of the process. It has to be in substantial conformance with what the Planning Commission approved.
Okay, I guess I'll back up a little bit and take a different stab then. At what point, from a historic standpoint, does adding amenities start to spoil the ambiance, the historic ambiance of this hotel? Do you have any thoughts on that? Like, if we just kept adding and adding and adding, at some point, it's not the same place, and the historic nature of the site's lost to some extent.
No, I appreciate your thought.
And then I find
well, it's sort of a question.
Yeah.
So, we'll go back into questions for a little bit here. Yeah, go ahead.
If you're going to
Yeah,
answer that.
yeah, that's cool.
Thank you. You know, that becomes a moment in time of somebody, again, in the future, an architectural historian hired by Ellen Canto, who would then be the one to say at last, this is enough. This is just affecting the whole ambiance of this hotel. But from my point of view, the changes that are taking place now have not reached that point.
Okay, thank you. And I find the infinity pools to be a little bit modern, so I'd like to make that point. And also, and it's probably, I noticed that the east pool's not an infinity, because sometimes infinity pools, when somebody jumps in them, a load of water goes over the edge and they can be quite loud. And that doesn't look like it's a problem because the road, last swing is right there, but it might be a little modern. And then the pools just seem extremely small, such that 2 families seem like that would fill it up, but I guess that's just not our purview. And then lastly, I get nervous about really shallow pools and kids diving, but I guess that's not an aesthetic concern, but I just mentioned that. That's all, thank you.
Thank you.
And if I could just add on to what Trish was saying earlier about the conditions of approval for the site. So as she said, there is no conditional use permit, but there are conditions of approval regarding parking. As she said, the staff is reviewing the project to make sure it complies with those conditions of approval. And if you have any questions about parking at the site, you can contact Kathy Kennedy. So she would be the planner who can best answer those questions.
All right. All right, so I'll tag my comment on the end and actually play off of Commissioner McClure's, because I was thinking sort of a similar thing. So if you can go to the base D zoom in version on the, oh, excuse me. I think this is one example. So all in all, I think I agree with what most or if not all the commissioners have been saying. This is a really great project. It does seem like you're working well with a lot of the pathway materials and a lot of the flow of it in those paths, and this is sort of a larger play out of that. But when I look at this, the pool in particular, I think there's sort of 2 forms going on here. So one is you've got this ring of the hedge, which creates a garden room, right? And you see it in section 2. Except for it's an incomplete garden room. It has 3 sides of it, basically. And so it's using a form that's very, in my mind, very appropriate for 1920s Spanish colonial revival, which this is around where it is. And so that form makes sense, but then it's not a complete form, and it is missing the other edge. I understand why I think you're doing it for privacy from one side and then to open the views to the other, but I think that it's not, it hasn't been resolved yet. It's sort of struggling in that way because it's one form, but then it's not that one form because you've opened the edge of it totally. And you're not opening it in a framed way, which would be more of a traditional, more sympathetic way. And then that goes also to things like the Infinity Edge. I think that if you did something that was a little bit more inspired and by either the buildings nearby or the area or the gardens or wherever you're going with it, but inspired by historic gardens a little bit more. I think you're a lot of the way there, but there's just some of those characteristics that I think would be more elegant and would be, it wouldn't feel as juxtaposed. And this site is gorgeous, and it is also has a lot of juxtaposition already going on with the architecture and with that. And so I think the landscape especially has that opportunity to knit it together in a way, a lot of it already is, but it can do a little bit better of a job sort of tying it together all in one language. And so studying some of those forms and how that they might be, and that kind of ties to the infinity pool being modern, but I've also seen ways of doing it where you still have a waterfall over, but it's in a more traditional way, where you're framing that waterfall as opposed to just opening an edge. So that would be the tweakings. I think overall, my comment is like the overall site plan in that is very nice and is going in a great direction. And then I also look forward to seeing how the architectural pieces get worked out as well. So it's as they get developed. Okay, so let me try to summarize. So there's no final appealable actions.
Pardon my interruption,
yeah.
Mr. Chair. I think the best thing to do would be to first make a motion about the acceptance of the letter addendum, and just something that a conflict that I can foresee is there's been some comments about whether or not construction access for the pools would impact the historic resources. If those are concerns you have, you should continue the report to address those concerns rather than accepting the report and then including those as comments on the motion, because those would be conflicting.
Okay.
If that makes
And
sense.
then, and in that motion to continue the report, it's, as the design gets fleshed out a little bit more, it would be appropriate and as well. And I don't know if you want to pause, the applicant, it's up to the applicant to pause the report while the design gets worked out and locked in, and then the report, whoops, the report can fold over that. I gavelled myself. I guess I should be quiet now. But I don't know if the applicant, however they want to play it out, if they want to keep updating every time as things are being fleshed out. But I'm assuming that the addendum to the report is going to have to also cover the revised architectural as well, because what we've heard today is there's going to be at least some tweaks to it.
That will only be if there are tweaks, imagine, to the pool, the two pools, if they affect the historic buildings, buildings 5 and 6, and then buildings 7, 8, and 9. But all the rest are in areas that are not in my purview.
So then the comments in your report will still apply because they still work with that because they're outside of the purview. Okay.
Yes.
I think the only thing with the architectural team could provide evidence that getting it through to the pool with construction materials won't impact the resources. You can add that to number 7. The gentlest, no treatments will impact historic resources.
But what about the shift in design of the pool itself? Is that, because that was aren't those drawings in your addendum?
They are simply in relationship to the buildings, that they're sufficiently far away,
Okay,
that
got it.
they're not affecting the entrances, et cetera. So that was my concern when analyzing it, as
Okay, so
opposed to
is staff okay with that? Just, okay, because it's a little bit atypical, but I get it, why, because they're also disconnected.
Yeah, it's not
Not actually
our
connected to it.
typical, like,
Yeah.
three-dimensional feature that
Okay,
might overshadow it. It's
All
'cause
right.
they're so far away.
that's fine, as long as we're, okay,
Unless we move them.
as long as we're in agreement. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so, but right now, it's sounding like a continuation. So let's go back to the 3A, and I'll ask for a motion for a continuance with, because that's what it sounded like it's going, unless someone wants to make a different motion. But motion for a continuance with addressing the concerns for the historic structures and landmarks, or structures of merit, and making sure that during construction, the structures of merit and landmarks are protected.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second that.
All right, Commissioner Jordan, thank you. And Vice Chair House, under discussion, any discussion? All right, roll call vote, please.
Thank you. I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner McClure,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundvik,
Yes.
Vice Chair House.
Yes.
And Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so now we'll go to, back to B, 3B. And then, so it's about the design. This is for concept review only, and no final appealable action can be made. So, and then project compatibility, Hillside Design District, and minor alteration finance will be required for the project design approval. Okay, so let me summarize the comments we have so far, and we can see if we want to add or change any of them. Add to or change. Okay, so one is, we thank the applicant for the submission. It's very well done, and in general, the project is very supportable. One comment was to, this is off to a good start, so we can just tack that in. For future presentations, we would like sections, multiple sections, especially through LASWA, as site sections. They don't need to go all the way up the site, but just to the nearest buildings or applicable areas. So we can see from LASWA all the way up to those affected areas. So multiple site sections. And then, let's see, a lighting design and how that is going to get integrated, as well as views from, I was inferring from what Commissioner Lenwick, what you were saying about wanting to see what it looks like from Oswen, views from Oswen, and with any visible features, indicated in overlay rendering or however, but indicated, so that we can see the views from there. And then, let's see, and so in general, infinity pools are too modern of design, and Commission prefers something more traditional within the language of the period of significance of the near buildings. And to study historic examples of those periods and bring those for as precedent studies as well, or as inspiration. Let's see, any other comments?
Chair Grumbine, you mentioned a more historical garden.
Oh, yeah, and so, you're right, the garden or the hedge and design for the pool near, or base D, at base D, to study a more historic or traditional appropriate garden surrounding that pool as well.
Anything about butterflies?
Butterflies are out of our purview.
Okay.
The question is wrong.
Yeah, I know.
Provide butterfly nets.
Yeah.
But it's catch and release only.
Yeah.
All right, any other comments want to be?
I'll make a motion.
Oh, wait.
Wait,
Or,
one
I
other,
think there's-
one other comment was about, being sensitive to the neighbors with regard to these pool locations.
Okay,
The
yeah,
neighbors.
and also to continue to study the relationship of the pool locations with the neighbors, to the neighbors, neighboring properties, and trying to be sensitive to their, yep.
With that, I'll make a motion for an indefinite continuance
Second.
with those comments.
All right, motion by Vice Chair House, second by Commissioner Butler. Any other comments, discussion? Okay, let's have a roll call vote.
Thank you. I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundvik,
Yes.
Commissioner McClure,
Yes.
Vice Chair House.
Yes.
And Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
right.
all.
Thank you very much.
Would you like to keep your exhibits?
All right, so, I think,
I'll bring them back next time.
that's right. So we're gonna, we'll have let's do a 10-minute recess, and then we'll have item 4.
I just saw the applicant sigh. We're only
Yeah.
45 minutes.
Or
behind
is everyone good for a 5-minute recess? 5 minutes. Okay, we'll do a
Okay.
5-minute recess. for being patient. Speaking of which, all right, 1925 State Street, this is a new item for concept review.
Motion for approval.
Located in El Pueblo Viejo, Part 1, District Part 1, the project is adjacent to 11 West Mission Street, MODOC Substation, a designated structure of merit. Proposal to convert an existing 2,500 square foot commercial building to a 2,900 square foot mixed-use building. Project includes 350 square foot addition, hardscape and landscape changes, new bicycle parking, and exterior alterations such as roofing, doors, windows, skylight, walls, gates, scuppers, and downspouts. Project requires approval of a design review development plan by the Historic Landmarks Commission.
Mr. Chair, I have a
Nope.
question.
Hold on one second. No final appealable action will take place at this meeting. Project compatibility findings and development plan findings will be required for project design approval. All right, and your question?
I was just wondering, is there any reason why they're agendized in this order instead of studying the building that we've been reviewing first?
There was no particular thought behind them other than to
Okay. Do you have any
agendize them.
opinion on which order we should do them?
Is it fits this,
Yeah, they're different, but they're adjacent to each other and they,
and is the same applicant?
yeah.
Is there a reason, was there a reason that you think that we might do the other one first?
Well, just that the smaller building's in the context of the larger building, and so, you know, if we're happy with the larger building, then it makes the review of the smaller building maybe,
Make more sense?
yeah.
Is there any other preference for either way from the applicant? Okay, or anyone else? It seems like a reasonable reason. Is there any, from staff, is there any reason why we can't flip-flop?
My instinct is to say no because they are, you know.
They're both way
time-
over
Yeah,
time
they're
anyways.
agendized.
Yeah, we're
time
10
sensitive.
minutes before the time, so.
But, yeah, because, yeah, what time is item 5?
It's 4:20. so-
4:20.
and
So
we're
we
10
are
to-
within the
Yeah.
time period too, so we
Yeah.
could hear the items out of order if that is
Yeah.
your preference.
Okay, all right, I think that makes sense. It does make sense to have the bigger item first, or their
One
neighbors.
thing I would add, I think our landscape architect's listening in, and he works just down the street. He was going to join us for the 1990.
That's it.
State.
Acadia. Yeah,
He
but
can hear us.
he'll be here very quickly, yeah.
So Justin, if you're listening, come on down.
Run, Justin, run.
Yeah.
Sorry, Justin. Sorry to do that to you. See what happens when you quit the commission. Okay, yeah, why don't we do that? If you think he'll get here in time, we can get rolling with it. Okay. All right, so welcome, if you can introduce yourselves for the record, and we're gonna put item 4 on hold, and go to item 5. So and then I gotta read that one into the record. Okay, yep, okay, so we're gonna start item 5 now, and then we're gonna go back to item 4 afterwards. This item 5, because they're both neighbors, and we're gonna hear the bigger one first. So this is a continued item for concept review, 1919 State Street. This is located in El Pueblo Viejo District. Proposal to convert 3 buildings at 1913, 1919, and 1921 State Street from office use to hotel use. Proposal for conversion of 435 square foot of ground floor area to private patios and 1,300 square foot addition to the existing 4th floor to create a livable space and a roof deck. Project includes reduction of 360 square feet on the 2nd floor, a reduction of 430 square feet at the 3rd floor, replacement and relocation of existing stairs, elevator extension, site alterations, and new landscaping. No proposed exterior alterations to 1913 State Street. Proposed reduction of 110 square feet and new entry doors at 1921 State Street. No final appealable action will take place at this meeting. Project compatibility findings will be required for project design approval. Project was last reviewed on July 19th, 2023. And if we can go to the minutes for that. Okay, it was oops, never mind, that was a big motion, okay. All right, if we can zoom in a little bit, my eyes aren't as young as they used to be. Okay, it was a motion to continue indefinitely with the following comments. The commission thanks the applicant and the proposed design is a great improvement from the previous design. Sorry, sorry to do that to you. Okay. Number 2, on the east elevation, Building A, restudy the arcade and balcony condition, restudy the windows to be more in keeping with the EPB guidelines, look at additional details throughout the windows. C, study the parapet wall. If it stays as a parapet wall, study making it more in line with the EPB guidelines. D, the commission is concerned about the height and detailing of the elevator tower. E, study narrowing the opening of the driveway. F, the general size, mass, bulk, and scale and general massing of the fourth floor is acceptable with the exception of the elevator tower. Then number 3, on the west elevation, building A, add details to the elevation, whether awnings or other traditional details. As proposed, it looks too industrial. Next, further study the roof deck and its neighborhood compatibility will be necessary to demonstrate the impacts on the neighborhood. And next, it is not in the commission's purview to require storage. However, the commission is concerned about the functionality of the building and encourages the applicant to study storage. So then number 4, the south elevation of building A needs additional detail, ornamentation, and the commission highly recommends adding awnings or some other shade structure as sun mitigation and decoration. 5, on the north elevation, building A, provide 3D perspectives to help the commission understand the project in its full mass and its relationship with its neighbors. And parking lot landscaping will need to comply with the municipal code, and the commission recognizes that the current plan will be adjusted, or current pan will be adjusted. 6, south elevation, building B, study a more appropriate design for the walkway that does not impose the new Irving Gill arches on it, but is more in keeping with the Spanish colonial revival style of the house. The commission suggests adding a trellis or other possibilities, and also add more poetry to the elevation. 7, in general, building A should be less industrial and more decorative. 8, study simplifying the number and types of openings and their rhythm. 9, study some simplifications such as reducing patios on the north side of building B, which might allow for more landscaping. And 10, study adding balconies on the west elevation. The motion, or the action was by Uli, the second was by Drury, 8-1-0, the motion carried. Individual comments. Commissioner Lenvik stated the architecture has not advanced far enough to warrant the positive comments given. The existing building is poorly designed, but he is unsure if the proposed design will be successful. He does not believe the commission is giving the applicant good direction. All right.
And pardon my interruption, Mr. Chair, if I could make a brief staff announcement before we get into the presentation.
Sure.
This item, the last time it was before you, was agendized for project design approval, but it was brought to staff's attention that the parking lot changes triggered compliance with the parking lot landscape design standards. So that the application still has not been deemed complete for that. So that's why it's before you for concept review today instead of
Got it.
project design approval.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, so with all that, if you would introduce yourselves for the record, and then walk us through what has changed, your new design, what's changed, and then especially answering all those, all of our comments from last time.
Great.
All right.
Chair Grumbine and Commissioners.
Oh, and you'll have 15 minutes.
Very good. Okay, I'm Eric Bear with AB Design Studio, architect for the applicant.
William Rivera with AB Design Studio.
And Justin Manuel with Arcadia Studio.
Okay, so I'm going to speak briefly on the parking lot design and then move straight into how we've addressed the comments. So moving forward to the proposed site plan, I'll let Justin here speak a bit on the proposed parking lot and the revisions there.
Do you want to jump to the Yeah. Actually, it might be easier to see from the plan that you had. But we've added quite a few parking lot fingers so that we're definitely within, the 8 parking spaces per tree. We've changed I think there was a comment about deciduous trees, so we've switched out sycamores for oaks, those large ones. And so we just added more parking lot trees and brought it up to ordinance.
Okay. Thank you, Justin, and I'm sure we can answer any questions you may have on that. And again, as Justin mentioned, you can see that a bit more high level here on the architectural site plan with the additional landscaping fingers added. This one's been enlarged, I believe, and then 2 more added here on this separate parcel that leads out towards Mission Street. So moving into the comments, the first comment regarding elevation A. So let's move to elevation A, and we have the old plans here available to us as well for reference. So I'll move briefly to the elevation, the previous elevation A, as a reminder to what was proposed last time. And then moving back to what's proposed currently. So restudy the arcade and balcony condition, we've done that. In general, you can see that additional detail and ornamentation has been added to the proposed project at the tops of the parapets, at the wall base, at some of the columns. We have sort of revised this colonnade accordingly, and then we've added some wood elements here with wood railings, and then the trellis, which was previously proposed, but you can see here adjusted and more expressed from behind that colonnade. Restudy the windows to be more in keeping with the EPV guidelines, look at additional details throughout the windows. I think this comment, by our recollection, was mainly based on these windows here above the driveway entry, which were more horizontal in nature. There's comments further on, which we can speak about now as well, just based on the previous variation of window types and looking at simplifying that, which we've done. So we've revised the windows above the driveway, and then we've simplified the windows to the north of that, and we've added the awnings, as you see. Study the parapet wall. If it stays a parapet wall, study making it more in line with EPV guidelines. I've touched on that with some additional detail added to the top of parapets throughout the proposed project of Building A. The commissioner is concerned about the height and detailing of the elevator tower. We can see this here. We've gone back and revisited that with our elevator vendor. This is as low as we can make it to service the 4th floor. So we're keeping that at an absolute minimum height and looking to add some detail to the top of that wall as well. Study narrowing the opening of the driveway. Again, I'll share what was previously proposed. We've gone back and revisited that, and we have narrowed it and sort of centered it up on this corner element of the project. The general size, mass, bulk, and scale acceptable. So moving on to the west elevation. And again, I'll revisit first what was previously proposed. So here was the previous west elevation. And looking now at what's proposed. So we've simplified some of the building by removing what was proposed with these vertical sort of elements around the windows. The major change is the addition of some proposed balconies with this wood element at the 3rd floor. Again, we've also revised what's happening here at the south end of the building, similar to match what's happening on the south side of the east elevation with a narrow driveway entry, adjusted windows with the awnings, and then you can see more detail at what's proposed at the 4th floor. This is set back a bit from the facade below with some simple awnings. There's been some additional detail sort of added here along the base of the wall as well. The comment, add details to the elevation, awnings or other traditional materials, details, which I just mentioned. Further study of the roof deck and its neighborhood compatibility will be necessary. So I want to touch on this just while we're at it in the comments. So we've prepared just this roof deck study to help organize the board around what's being proposed and the context around the building. So we've got 4 photographs from standing on the roof looking north, south, east, and west, which we can see here. So looking west, I would say this is probably the view that would be of most concern, if there's any concern at all, given this is looking west. The only real residential properties are here along the western boundary. There's some apartment buildings here that are behind some pretty significant existing screening. They're also dropped lower in elevation. There's a retaining wall here along the back that as you come off our property onto theirs, it drops down in elevation. So we feel that that's pretty well screened. Looking east across State Street, there's a hotel across the way there. There's no real private space that we'd be looking out towards. There's, entries into several rooms, but more or less just looking at a parking lot. Looking north, these elements that you see here will remain. Now, the rooftop equipment will be removed, and there'll be some additional floor area that's constructed, but there won't really be any opportunity to see north from the proposed roof deck. And then looking south, no real areas of concern as we look south. The building immediately to the south is part of the project, and then there's some commercial buildings in the distance. So we also have some photos from north, south, east, and west standing back along some of these areas surrounding the building, looking back up. So building one, or photo one on the next sheet is kind of standing on Mission Street. Photo two is standing at the south end of the west end of the parking lot, kind of looking back at the building. Photo three is standing over here at the street to the south, and then standing in the parking lot across State Street, and we can see those photographs. So you can see just, I also meant to mention, sorry, just the distance. So the property to the west is over 140 feet away from the edge of roof deck. From over here, it's 200 feet away, 260 feet away to this street, and so forth. And you can see just how far back and how minimal visibility will be of that roof deck. So we can revisit this after our presentation if desired. Item C, it is not the Commission's purview to require storage. However, the Commission is concerned about the storage. So there is a basement level with a significant amount of storage and a storage space on the roof deck, or on the roof level, the fourth floor. So we can see those in plans if the board has interest. Moving on to the south elevation of Building A, needs additional detail ornamentation. The Commission highly recommends adding awnings or other shade structure as sun mitigation and decoration. So again, first looking at what was previously proposed for the south elevation here, and looking now at what is proposed. So we've added some additional ornamentation and detail to this corner element. We've reduced the arches below from 3 to 2 and added some detail there at the columns. We've again added some balconies at the third floor that work well with the balconies we're proposing along the west elevation. And then that will help provide some shade with this trellis, as well as the balcony itself providing some shade to the windows below. Some awnings have been added here, as you see. Item 5, on the north elevation of Building A. Provide 3D perspectives to help the Commission understand the project. I'll end the presentation with those 3D perspectives. Parking lot landscaping, comply with municipal code, we've spoke on that. South elevation of Building B. So here is what was previously proposed for that south elevation along Building B. I think the board's main concern was the arcade here. Moving forward to what is now proposed. So we've simplified the proposed arcade. We're still, we studied removing it entirely and felt that there was something missing that we felt was a strong attribute to the project, and tying it into what's happening on the east elevation of Building A in some ways. But we did simplify it and reduce its scale significantly. So it's reduced in height, and it's also been reduced in width from the 5 arches to 3. And that's allowed us to express the west end of the building. And with the additional detail, we feel it sort of all ties together nicely. Item 7, in general, Building A should be less industrial and more decorative. I think what we've presented speaks towards that. Item 8, study simplifying the number and types of openings in the rhythm. I did mention that. I'll go back to the east elevation, which I believe was the, the impetus for that comment. So I spoke about simplifying the different types of windows. Item 9, studies some simplifications such as reducing patios on the north side of Building B. So we've done that, and we followed the board members' recommendations there, and we have eliminated the proposed patios at the north end of Building B. and replaced that with landscaping. So we had previously proposed private patios as part of the entry experience into these two rooms. We've eliminated those and replaced with landscaping. And then lastly, item 10, study adding balconies on the west elevation, which I spoke about previously. So I think to conclude our presentation, I will just share the 3D perspectives. So this perspective here is at the north end of Building A, sort of looking south back down State Street. So you can see the relationship to the building to the north, which was brought up in the comment, and this is the building that we'll be presenting in the next agenda item. And then we've prepared a perspective from the other end of the property on State Street, looking more north at the proposed sort of corner element, and you can see the proposed arcade and how that ties back to the building with the wooden railings and trellis above, and the changes to the proposed south elevation with the balconies and so forth. So with that, I will turn it back to the commission for questions. Oh, I'm sorry. Thanks, Will. We had a last page as well, just to, let's see, is it loading?
Try zooming out.
There we go. Just a reminder to the board with the building that we are working with here and the proposed transformation that this project would result in. So with that, I thank you and turn it back for questions.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll start with public comment, and I don't see anyone in the room, so there's no room public comment.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. We do not have any virtual participants either, and then we did not receive written correspondence, so I'll turn it back to the commission.
Okay, all right, so the commission for questions. Any questions from the commission? Commissioner Lendick.
Yes. Is this building sprinkled now? Is it fire sprinkled now?
I believe it is, and if it's not, I can't recall off the top of my head, it will be as part of the project.
So that my question would be, if it isn't, where will you be placing the double check valves? And you don't have to tell me now, but we'll be concerned about that and any additional electric transformers that may pop up as part of your detailed design work. Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Transformers have to be consistent with EPB guidelines as well.
I must have done it. I think I did.
Spanish colonial revival transformers.
That's right, we'll get Edison to develop that one. All right.
Dream on.
Thank you.
Say.
Okay, other questions? Okay, this is a the perfect shot for it. So can you zoom into the perspective too? Now that, and this is very, very helpful to see it in perspective. So now that you have the wall and the balcony, and the arcade, the arches, the 4 arches wall, and then the balcony, what's the function and purpose of those 4 arches? What are they doing now? How are they benefiting the design?
I can speak to that.
State Street ones, you mean?
Yeah, the State Street ones, they're the standing wall now.
Yeah, it's an architectural element that helps frame both the building from the outside and also from the rooms, giving you a little bit of a privacy from the rooms, from the balconies behind the arches looking out.
Is that especially for the ground floor level?
Ground floor a little bit.
Privacy?
It provides a little bit of just privacy, semi-private. It's not totally private, but it gives it a little bit so it's not quite right on the street. And so it will be, heavily landscaped. I mean, the landscaping I'm showing there is pretty minimal, but there'll be, enough landscaping so it'll grow above that wall. And it'll give it a semi-private experience.
I think it also initially was thinking that it helps break down the 3 stories right on State Street by giving a lower element, but still something that kind of helps gradually go from ground level up to the taller height behind.
Yeah, and do you want to ask a question?
Well, yeah, you're onto something here. Number one, 4 arches are not classical.
Question mark.
Oh, it's a
Our
question.
fault. This is
Oh,
a question.
pardon me. Oh, pardon me. Never mind.
I was asking whether,
I mean,
okay, we'll
the
go.
question would be, I think 3, wouldn't you agree that 3 arches
It's better than 4?
is better than 4 from the standpoint of the classical use of arches and open space and whatever? Wouldn't you agree to that?
No, I wouldn't.
Oh.
There we go, done.
Sorry, Ed.
Okay.
Everything I taught you, you still
You know,
haven't
I
got it all.
studied that, I studied 4, 5, but when you're on the ground, you actually see 5 columns. 5 columns is really what you see, and 5 is a really good number to see.
Okay, and then going back to perspective, yeah. So,
You taught me
following that line of questioning, wouldn't you agree? So, did you study that? So your explanation of the screening makes sense to a certain degree, especially for the ground floor level. But did you study also taking that wall back to the building from this side? Because as of right now, it's a sort of a facade tilt up. So did you study, you try to integrate it into the building?
We did, and the facade from this elevation looks like it's just freestanding. It is integrated. There's the balcony supports jet out, and there are corbels that you don't see in this elevation, but they are supported on the columns and also the trellis above.
But it looks like it's free, it looks like there's a space between the two right now. From this rendering, it looks like, and maybe it's just the way the rendering's done, but it looks like there's when I look at the bottom, it looks like there's like 2 feet or a foot between the wall and that low.
There is, but what I'm saying is between the columns, there is a beam with the corbel that supports the balcony that is connected to the columns.
Okay. So the outer wall is basically like
Yeah.
holding out a hand, and then the balcony is kind
Correct.
of hooked.
It's-
Okay. It's like sitting on it from that. So, okay, but you did study kind of taking that whole wall, going back and engaging.
We did study that, and we felt that that was really too, it felt very enclosed and not like open. We wanted to open up the space. And Eric's point of just scale is really important because this building is so huge. This is a very, very good opportunity to include this kind of an architectural element to help step the building into more human scale.
There was also, when Will and I were looking at that, there's a lot of thought that goes into the geometry of these arches, and looking at returning that geometry back, it didn't work, so it became a different math, and we looked at it, and we couldn't make it successful, so.
Okay, all right. Any other questions?
Just one quick question. Are there any other examples of a freestanding wall or a detached wall pulled like that on State Street up there?
There are not.
Are there any in Santa Barbara that you know of?
In the world?
There are plenty in the world.
Probably, but I
There's the
haven't
tea
really-
gardens if you go too far up
Yeah.
in Montecito. Okay. Okay. Any other questions? All right. So let's roll into comments. Who wants to start off? Commissioner Lenvick?
I would.
And then Vice Chair House?
I would first like to say that this is a really good improvement, and I'm really pleased with what I see. And I've driven up and down State Street in this area, mainly coming from the south up, and there's a lot of good buildings that have occurred in the last dozen years or more. And I think this building that he's now has before us will be a radical improvement and change in this area. So I'm really quite pleased with it. It's we may pick it apart a little bit more and whatever, but I think you hit the nail on the head. The one question I have with regard to building B.
Oh, no, comments only now.
It's important. It's important from the standpoint of CAS. I'm building B. Are those sliding windows I see on the south elevation?
Of course not.
Okay, just wondering. I mean, the existing ones are sliders, I see that, But
Those
you're-
are casements.
Oh, okay, good. Just want to make sure.
All right. Vice Chair House.
Okay, well, first, don't let his comments go to your head, okay? No, actually, mine kind of reflect what he was saying, that often we see a project come back that, we're not very comfortable with, and the more times it comes back, eventually we're like, I'm tired of this thing. Let's just approve it or something. And this
Shh,
really.
don't tell them that's how,
Yeah, this is really an improvement, and I think it's a very handsome building. And it also shows the value of perspective drawings, because I was struck immediately when I saw that freestanding arcade not returning to the building. That just looks really odd to me. So keep working on it, because I think it needs to feel like a building element, not just some false front thing. So that's my concern. And I'm sure you've made somebody very happy depicting striped awnings on the building.
They got the quick vote.
Yeah.
And they're black and white, at least these pictures.
But no, I think that everything you've done is very well thought out, very nice.
All right.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Butler.
I would agree. It's a very significant improvement. I think if I see another roof deck party space, I'm going to have a coronary. It has nothing to do with the EPV stylistic. So especially there's no north view. You can't see north. You got all the stuff on the roof. We don't need any more rooftop. But anyway, much improved, very nice. It'll be important to see next presentation is the lighting, some of the material guides, a little more detail. I did have one question about the entrance, just making that the entrance is more pronounced, so the visitor, the user goes, yeah, there's the front, there's where I go. It's a little hard to distinguish, but it may be there, and signage. Those other considerations for the next round.
All right. Commissioner Jordan Ensberg.
Yes, I'll go. Thank you very, very much. I agree with much of what's already been said, and I'm going to add a little bit more, if I may. I think it's a great improvement. So thank you. Ask and you shall receive. I think we gave input and you guys responded. And so I want to really acknowledge you for that. And it's much improved. My comments are, I think, again, the more you can strip away, simplify, the better. So I'm not convinced that this archway thing in the front, I think it doesn't work. And I think the same thing of the one in the back building. I just think
Yeah,
it's
can you go to that one?
extraneous, and I don't think you need it. It's just adding more complexity, and on this back one, you have all these great trees that you've now added into the parking lot. So I think that is going to really be beautiful in the foreground for this building. And I just don't think this archway is needed. I think it's a really straightforward, simple, nice building as it is without that archway thing. I'm just not convinced that it works.
Which building is this
This is the-
named
this is
again?
the B.
No, yeah, I know. But
This
what
is
is
B.
it officially called?
B.
Building B?
This is facing the parking lot.
Okay.
So, so I wanted to make that very, very strong point. And then back to the front of the main, here. I think a lot of these connections that you're showing between these units and to that archway, again, it just seems overly complex. I think you could just take a lot of that away. Think of like the Baylor building, is just such a beautiful, simple rectangle with just beautiful fenestration and then just some nice details. I would just urge you to kind of think about that simplicity. On the parapet, where you have the plants going along the parapet, I don't think you need those either. I just think the more you can just kind of strip away back to the, before you had a more simple, and now you added, so now we're asking you to strip away again. But I'm just responding, to these plants. I just think you've got that nice cornice there. I just think you don't really need these little fuzzy edges up there. And this transition from the higher part of the roof to the the parapet, I don't think is, I think you should study that some more. It seems a little weak.
Sorry, which transition is that?
Right over to the right, continuing over to the right, where
Oh,
it jumps
gotcha.
up and it
The
goes from the...
transition, that sort of bracket
transition,
or
this little
whatever.
thing
Yeah,
could be more something. Let's see, what else? Of course, the awnings are fabulous. And just
strip them away.
love them away, love them. And let's see, what else did I say? Yeah, I think that's all. I just think you've done a really beautiful job, and I want to commend you for getting it to here. I love how you changed the opening to the, the drive-through. I think that's very elegant. I think it's very unique. I think you added some really nice artistic touches, and that's what we've been asking, that are unique to you guys as the design team. So I really appreciate that. So all I would say is just get down to the, a little more simplified. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner McClure?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Vice Chair Haas.
I would just like to add something to Commissioner Ensberg's comment. If we go back to Building B south elevation, you had said that when you took the arcade away, it felt like it was missing something. But it seems to me if you just took off everything above the capitals and kept those 4 columns, that in itself is a nice element that adds some interest, but it's not overdone with those big, huge arcade.
Yeah, okay. I was actually thinking something similar. Maybe you could do a trellis, or you could do something, but yeah, just something simpler without the arches. Okay, so I'll jump in with my comments. I agree with all my other fellow commissioners' comments. I think this is a fantastic improvement. You did a great job in listening to our comments as well and responding extremely well. So thank you for that. And this is a million times better design than is currently there. So it's a real, yeah, thank you for making this part of State Street hopefully a lot better once you guys get this built out. So the comment, the 2 parts I just wanted to stick on were the archways. It seems like it's either one too many layers, or if you are going to go with the wall of arches, integrating it in some way. And it's challenging because I see how you're trying to line it up with the inside and centered and all those things. And you don't want a weak corner. You typically want the last arch to have the biggest corner and strongest. So it would then eat into the others. So I totally understand the design challenge. I don't know that there's a way of doing it better than what you're trying to do with the arches, but then that might just mean to eliminate them or do a different solution that gives you some other sort of screening, because I think right now they're in conflict. And then on the other arches, on the Building B, I think if you can study that similar comments in terms of the arches. Arches are so strong that they really command a reason for being in a way that I think that you can get away with piers or other things that just don't have that question of well, what was that? Was that an arcade of a mission at some point, and there's a ruin there or whatever, an old aqueduct or something? So you right away start to try to connect the dots because it's arching to something. And so whereas you can get away with it with simpler once you don't have the arches. So, but when you go to study this one, if you can also look at it in perspective, because I think that's very helpful for both understanding it and for us to understand it and to be supportive of it. So I think that's the other area that needs continued study. But so many of the areas you guys have knocked it out of the park, so it's very well done. Okay, so this is for concept review. So I'll try to summarize our comments. Any questions?
Can I ask a question before
Sure.
you go into that? Can you go to the roof plan? I'd like a kind of a straw vote from the board to see whether what we've done is reduce the roof deck plan, and what we've done is to kind of soften it. We added a planter along the perimeter of that. Is that something that the board likes, or is that something that the board you think we should take out?
So I think is that what we're
Planter.
seeing? Is that the planter that we're seeing that we're
Yes.
fuzzy
Yes.
edge?
Right.
So are you doing it for the sake of the roof deck, or are you doing it for the sake of the street? Is
Both.
my question. Because it seems like the only comment, and this is, I guess, the good discussion, it seems like from the street, we don't probably don't want to see just little things growing over the edge without it being really a strong statement of something landscape that is, but I don't think that's where you guys are trying to go with it. You're not trying to do these terraced garden effect or anything like that. So it seems like the only comment from that was the negative comment. From the roof deck side of things is the other question. And if it's helping you get something or just making it nicer to see, I guess part of the question to you would be, can you do it for the roof deck side, but not that you can see it from the street as a first separation? Is that, well, how are people feeling?
Mr.
I'm
Chair.
trying to interpret, yeah.
Yeah.
Vice Chair.
I agree that from the street, it's not necessary or even desirable to have little pieces of vegetation hanging over the edge. I think from the roof deck side, a benefit of it is it keeps people on the roof deck from just hanging out on the guardrail, and they're stepped back a little bit, and I think that's a benefit.
Especially if it's agave.
You could put bird guards.
Exactly.
Are you looking for
Yeah,
just
yeah,
input?
comments on
Uh-huh.
how you all feel about it for,
I don't think it's necessary. I would just get rid of it, from my perspective. And I think as far as people who are up on the deck, I'm sure you're going to have some nice furniture up there. And what the view is really all about is beyond. You're looking at the mountains, you're looking at the city. So we don't need to have plants for that reason, although Commissioner House does make a good point of keeping people from, hanging over the edge there.
There's
But
only
I don't
one
know,
area
maybe
where
if you make it wide enough or something that they can't quite get that far, I don't know.
But there's just this one area here where there would be the opportunity to be close to the edge. Everywhere else, you're already stepped back pretty
Right,
significantly from
right.
the edge of the building, so I don't think that would be of much concern.
So given that, my vote would be to just delete it.
Mr. Chair, on the subject of,
we'll go to you after Commissioner Lemon. Go ahead, Commissioner Doran.
on the subject of roof decks, we're seeing more and more of projects with roof decks. It's not an element of the traditional Spanish colonial architecture here in Santa Barbara. It just isn't. We didn't use rooftops that way. So it presents a certain challenge for us. I don't think you need the landscaping, the little planter boxes up there at all. I think we're going to see more and more of these for a whole set of reasons that I think I think we will just have to accept them in a way.
Commissioner Lemon?
I was going to say the exact words that Mr. Jordan had. I don't see them in traditional architecture, which we are supposed to be looking at on this commission. And them taking up the entire roof is, I think, the thing that is most disagreeable to me. If, a third of the roof, if the roof deck was a third of the size it is now, it might be enjoyable or comfortable to have a chaise lounge out there, so on and so forth. But this looks like a party place. And I don't like the idea of party places on the roofs in the historic district. And I think that we are probably going to be slowly moving to not accepting them. And it's a problem that we've been dealing with and have been accepting in the last few years or last year. And I think it's going to go the other way. I'd much prefer to see this roof deck reduced by 50% and held back from the edge and other architectural elements that keep people away, and it truly be something that's more appropriate to the 4 rooms that are up there or 5 rooms that are up there.
Commissioner Leclerc?
Well, and the same argument could be made for the plantings on the third level. I mean,
Oh, on the third level?
well, I mean, the same arguments could be, would not be considered traditional.
Yeah, unless it's done as a sort of a terraced garden, Mediterranean thing. Yeah, I agree. And so I'll just throw my 2 cents in just so you guys have the range. I'm more against roof decks only in the sense if they don't look like their traditional form of so a traditional parapet wall is okay. I mean, it's not done everywhere historically, but it has at least some precedence within the Spanish tradition. But I think the biggest factor in my mind is all the clutter that you see from people hanging out up there, and you have umbrellas and all this other stuff, which then kind of breaks down the view and the vision of like this. If you don't see them, if they're back from the wall and you don't see them, then you just see this white parapet, or you see a little bit of tile going up, and that's it. And then it goes. Then you don't realize there's a whole roof deck and a party going on up there, and that you weren't invited. But at least the architecture, and especially from the public view of it, is consistent with EPV in that sense, and it isn't like you have made up the story and then you can tell that there's a lie and there's a bunch of, there's all this umbrellas and everything up there. So as long as you're setting it back from my perspective, as long as you're setting back the use, that's great. Then you can use that space in some way or another, and at least it keeps the form and the visual from the public of a proper Spanish building.
Can we go back to the State Street elevation?
And that also goes to that State Street elevation of the fuzzies on top. Yeah, that kind of also sort of hints at the fact that this is being used in some other way as well, and it doesn't feel like a typical Spanish Revival building, because it's not about these, walled gardens or
I'm just
Mediterranean.
wondering what if there was a partial tile roof around there, and
Yeah.
then, to the extent there are umbrellas and this and that, they're concealed by that tile
And it
roof.
pushes you back
Gives
from-
a hat to the building, and there's an even more traditional element.
Yeah, if I may, we looked at that actually as an early concept with a small portion of roof along there, but we're right up against our threshold that would put us into Tier 3, and again, that's a significant impact if we are spilling into that, and so the parapet, allows us to kind of stay where we need to from a stormwater
Gotcha.
management,
And it's still nice. It's a nice parapet. Yeah, don't get us wrong, but that type of thing is a good strategy to keep people away from the edge.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think you got the feedback on the terms of the planter side of things, and we'll try to keep it moving. Let's see, and then anything else before I try to summarize here? Any other?
I just wanted to also mention on this perspective number 4, I really appreciate this projection that you put on the upper left that is addressing that next-door neighbor that's like way smaller, the little house to the left. So I didn't mention that, but I wanted to acknowledge you for that design. I think it's really good.
Yep, nice. That's it. Okay, all right, so let me try to summarize our comments. First, the board appreciates the applicants and team listening well to the comments, and you have really done a great job improving the design, and it is an outstanding improvement now on the current existing building. Areas to continue design, to continue to study the freestanding 4 arches on State Street, and either integrate it into them into the building, or eliminate altogether, or change to a different way of screening. So that element to be continued. Studying as well, continue to study the 3 arches on Building B, the archway, and please study it in perspective as well for the next time. Where the commission does not feel that it's necessary as a design element, and perhaps look at simplifying it to simply piers, and perhaps with a trellis, but that element needs to be restudied. One question I wanted to ask in terms of, and this is a good view for the perspective 3 to see it. So that's the stepping up. You really don't see the elevator tower, is that right?
That's correct.
So you're only seeing the stepped up
You won't see it from that view.
from that view, and that's actually even from probably above, that's above eye level, or that's above, so you'll see it even less once you're down on the ground. Is everyone okay in general with the elevator tower?
Yes.
Because it looks like from the major views, we're not going to see it even, so, okay, great. So we'll add that comment that the elevator tower as proposed is acceptable. Let's see, the plants on the parapet, up against the parapet edge spilling over onto the State Street side are not needed and are suggested to be removed. Okay, so then this is a good view for it too. the stepped parapet on State Street, stepping up to the taller parapet, that transition needs to be restudied with the current plaster corbel, and it needs, yeah, current design needs to be studied more. And then that was it for what there was also a note to check on whether you will need to be installing utilities such as double check valves and transformers, and where those might go if you do need to be upgrading or installing. And let's see, I think that's, any other comments? Commissioner
Yes,
Ensberg?
Chair Grumbine, thank you. Just wanted to add, this is a good rendering to look at. I had mentioned that I felt like this whole composition just feels too complicated and too busy to me. And I had mentioned about these connections that are coming out from the building with this, stepping down to these columns. That also, I feel like this entire piece just needs to be further studied and simplified,
Okay, so.
including those pieces.
And so let's add that part to the comment on the freestanding 4 arches on State Street, that whole piece needs to be simplified in some way, and, because that's good general direction as part of that design, when they're looking at the design solution. Okay, any other comments that want to be added to that or revised?
I think that someone here complimented them on the south elevation.
That was me.
That was you.
Can we go to that south elevation?
The problem with that compliment is that he's going to come back and tell us he can't do it because he's at the property line. So unless he can't.
But then that just becomes part of that, he's got to show a different design.
Yeah.
We're merging the lots, so that property line's going
Pardon
away.
me?
We're merging the lots,
So
so
you're
there
going to
won't be
merge the lots. Oh, fantastic.
Problem solved.
Do you still like the south elevation?
Yeah.
I love the south elevation.
No, I think
it's
it's-
great. I think it's great.
All right,
And,
we'll add that into a comment
Yeah,
then.
no,
We
I'll
love
make
the
that part
south
of my motion,
elevation.
but that is a good deal.
Yeah.
But I hate to compliment them on something they're going to have a problem with,
Well, we don't know. We
yeah.
don't know what may come, no, we don't know what may come up in the future, but we're
Yeah, okay, so,
we're
yeah,
commenting
so
on what we're seeing,
Yeah,
so.
we'll add the comment especially of the south elevation, really liking that solution. And then anything else to add?
Question
to
for
that?
staff. Do we need to indicate that this could be agendized for PDA at the next hearing?
If you feel that it's ready for PDA, you can, it would still need to be continued indefinitely, but you can add a comment that you feel the project is ready for project design approval.
Okay, I think that in general, the only two with the two major, I think being agendized is totally fine, because it sounds like we're down to these components that we've identified that still need to restudy, but let's restudy it and come back to us for PDA. I think it seems like we're in a good place. Okay, so yeah, I'll add that comment that the commission is feeling that with these, with the above comments being addressed, that it's ready for project design approval, to come back for project design approval.
So I will make a motion for indefinite continuance of those comments.
Second.
All right, we've got a motion by Vice Chair House and second by Commissioner Ensberg. Under discussion, any discussion? All right, roll call vote, please.
Thank you. I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Lundvik.
Yes.
Commissioner McClure.
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan.
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg.
Yes.
Commissioner Butler.
Yes.
Vice Chair House.
Yes.
And Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, and you guys can stay where you are, because we're going to go back into item 4. See, now you get to have a free rest of the day. You're off at 5 now. It was worth the run. All right, thank you. Okay, well, we're going to now go back to item 4.
No, let's take another break.
Oh, that sounds good. I'll go for a coffee this time.
Yeah.
Run for it. All right, we're going to go back to item 4, new item for concept review, 1925 State Street. I'll reread this just so it's official. Located in EPV, projects adjacent to 11 West Mission Street, Modoc Substation, designated structure of merit. Proposal to convert an existing 2,500 square foot commercial building to a 2,900 square foot mixed-use building. Project includes a 350 square foot addition, hardscape and landscape changes, new bicycle parking, and exterior alterations such as roofing, doors, windows, skylights, walls, gates, scuppers, and downspouts. Project requires approval of design review development plan by Historic Landmark Commission. No final appealable action will take place at this meeting. Project compatibility findings and development findings will be required for project design approval. So welcome again. Please introduce yourselves for the record.
Thank you, Commissioners. Eric Baer, AB Design Studio Architect for the applicant, and with me is William Rivera with AB Design Studio.
Okay, and take us, if you wouldn't mind, taking us through your project. And you have 15 minutes, but you do not have to use it all.
Okay, very good. Well, I think you guys are oriented as to where we're at along State Street here. So we're looking at this building just north of the project we just reviewed, 1925 State. And it is an existing 2,500 square foot commercial building, as Commissioner Grumbine mentioned. And so we've got some context photos here just to bring you up to speed with what's existing. So I think this photograph here shows it best, photo 7. Existing building, it's got a sloped roof. It's got this funky like faux awning in the front that's actually constructed. It's hard and it's like wrapped in fabric. Very strange. It's got kind of this deep recessed diagonal entry. And then I think we've got some photographs. This is in the backyard. It's got a backyard with
Got a
got
vine
ramp
problem.
down. Yeah. There's some photographs from the gas station
So
looking.
what happens when plants go over the parapet wall?
Here's the, so here's the north side of that building. It abuts the gas station property to the north. And so you can see here, there's kind of some existing planters and trees. Otherwise, just a solid parapet, or solid plaster wall on the north side. So that east elevation facing State Street and this north elevation facing the gas station are the two elevations really subject to view from the public. We've got our existing and proposed site plans here. You can see, I'll zoom in a little further. So what we're proposing is to add some square footage along State Street to square off this existing diagonal recess. And then we're proposing a small addition in the back of the property, 322 square feet. The proposed project is to convert this into mixed use, primarily 6 new hotel units with a small commercial tenant space in the front. There's no designated use for that yet. That would be under future TI permit. We're thinking coffee shop, potentially something like that, is what we're, is what's envisioned. There's an existing trash enclosure in the rear of the property to be maintained. Other site scope, you're seeing we're proposing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 balconies or sort of patios along the north elevation, and then a ramp to take us down to just what's proposed is permeable pavers in the back to make that a usable outdoor space. In the front corner, we're proposing a small patio that would be for use for that commercial tenant space. Again, thinking if it's a coffee shop or something, that could be a small commercial patio. And we're proposing as much landscaping as we can fit up here. We've got a space here for bike parking, and then a new planter with a proposed tree there. Floor plan, I'll just zoom this into the front of the building. So the main entry into the hotel component will be through a wrought iron gate. This is actually open air, sort of alcove with a security gate, and then a doorway into the hallway that would lead back to the 6 units. You can see here the commercial space. So we're proposing sort of a new storefront with these archways along State Street and another archway along the doors that would lead out to the patio. The roof plan, so the roof scope, I mentioned that the existing roof has a sloped roof in the front and it has a low roof in the back. So we're proposing to bring those 2 areas up to the height of the existing flat roof. That's the majority of the building, so that we have kind of continuous ceiling height throughout beneath. And then we're proposing a skylight along the south edge of that would run along that hallway that leads back to each of the hotel units. Our elevations, starting with the existing State Street elevation, east elevation, you can see that sloped roof and that strange awning here. What we're proposing is these archways with, again, the wrought iron gate that would lead you into the entry alcove for the hotel, and then the entry into the commercial space would be here in the center. And then a fixed window with another set of these doors along the north elevation, which you'll see in that elevation. The west elevation, which won't really be visible from public view, we've got that ramp that leads us down to the patio in the back. And then lastly, the north elevation. So again, the existing north elevation, solid plaster wall. So we're proposing to create some openings within that for daylight and access out to these private patios, which we've sort of used brake lines to just show the elevation beyond. But otherwise, these patios, we're proposing a, how tall is that wall, Will? 6 feet?
6 feet.
A 6-foot
wall.
CMU
7 feet.
wall that would have vines that would grow up so that it would be covered in landscaping. And I'll take us back to the site plan briefly, because we looked at this several different ways. Initially, we looked at creating a little bit more buffer. These patios need to be 5 feet deep for accessibility turnaround space, which is initially where we designed them, and it had about 12 inches left for planters along there. But this area, at least currently, is there's a lot of homeless and just kind of trash and planters that are used for things they shouldn't be used for, and so trying to minimize that so that it doesn't become an issue. We try to leave just enough room to be able to plant some vine pockets that could grow up and cover that patio wall without leaving too much extra space for things that would become a maintenance issue and just a security issue. And then I believe we're just agendized for concept as we continue to round out the PLN application, but just looking at trying to present as full a package as possible. We have our materials board, so we have some light fixtures here that would be the light fixtures along the, between the arches at the columns along State Street. This sconce would be in the back where that ramp takes us down to the permeable patio, and then this pendant light would be what is proposed to hang within that open air alcove at the entry into the hotel behind a wrought iron gate. That would, of course, be something like this. And then doors and windows, we're proposing a system that would look like this. And then we have that one window along State Street that wouldn't necessarily be in this color, but would have a tile wainscot beneath the windowsill that would, we're just noting here, that would be colored to match the door and window frame. So we'd welcome any feedback you guys have on the material palette as well today. I think that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, let's go to public comment. And since there's no one in the room, we'll go to virtual.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I don't have any virtual participants, and we did not receive written correspondence, so back to the commission.
All right, so let's jump to questions. Any quick questions here?
Mr.
Commissioner
Chair, a quick question. The retail or the commercial space at the front, roughly how big is that?
I think that's listed on our title sheet. Bear with me. That is, let's see, 402 square feet, is that right? No. I've got that in here somewhere, sorry. I thought it was listed in the, it's not. Let me check the floor plan.
It might be on the floor plan.
Project includes a 350 square foot addition.
No.
No, that's not it.
24 feet by, it's probably around 400 square feet would be my estimate, a little less.
Two-car garage.
Yeah.
That's
Okay,
my only question.
other questions?
Yes, I have a
Commissioner
question. Thank you. Are you, the skylights that you have up there, are you able to do those so close to the property line like that? Is that,
Yeah, we went out there with the structural engineer and looked how to support those, and they are possible.
but I mean, just having an opening right on the property line there, are you going to make them all
I believe
solid?
we looked at that from a fire rating standpoint, and it's doable, but it will confirm that.
Okay. That was just a question.
Yeah, it's got that solid wall of the big building next to it that runs right up from there up.
Yeah, yeah. And then my other question is this in any way related to buildings A and B that we just reviewed? Do these
Yes.
work together? Is this
Yes.
all like one hotel and this is
Yes.
this one, and this one?
Operationally, I don't know if he intends to operate them all as one. This property, the owner acquired later in the process, and we've been treating it as an independent project and operation, though we're thinking compatibility from an exterior design standpoint so that it works in relationship to the design of Building A on 1919. I don't know operationally if they'll be linked together.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions? All right, let's go to comments.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Well,
Vice Chair Hess.
I think this is a wonderful punctuation mark at the end of your main building, and I think it's a very nice composition, and helps kind of step things down to the neighborhood. And so I think it's ready for PDA.
And how do you like them arches?
Them arches are fine.
Three. All right. Other comments?
comment. I
Yeah,
have a comment.
Commissioner McClure.
The west little patios, I think there's 5 or 6 of them. Is there any way to get a little landscape in there? You could, it just seems like you could take a little bit of that paved area and give us a 3-by-3 foot planter to get some vertical element.
Agreed.
Okay. We don't have that landscape architect here, so. Other comments?
Yeah, I think it's a great project. It could be approved for final today probably, but that gas station next door can be pretty gruesome. It's, I think, 24 hours a day maybe, whatever. You may want to have that property line wall 8 foot or 8'6" or whatever. Get away up there and just accept the fact the light's going to come in from above and don't worry about.
Right, well, we thought you guys were gonna give us a hard time for 7-foot high wall.
No, I don't. I think 8.5 foot would be fine with glass on the top. 'Cause it's serious.
What? We're gonna take that
It's-
comment off. We're removing
Spanish.
that.
You just put a roof deck on it. No, that's fine.
That's a bad gas station from the standpoint of 24-hour
No, we
operation.
know, it's horrible.
Noise and everything, is just, push it up to 9.5 foot, as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, and so, other comments?
I guess I don't have much more to add, except that I think that the tile should be something decorative, not matching the windows. Do something fun. And then I agree with Commissioner McClure. I mean, even if you could put like a quarter round in the corner and then maybe get some kind of a tall, or even like, well, I don't know, or Italian cypress, I don't know, something a little taller that could kind of give some softness to that side of the, that elevation side, and so that you felt a little bit, to get that greenery we're trying to talk about. I'm not sure, I guess I'd like to hear what Commissioner McClure thinks about, the vine, if you're going to do like creeping fig or something on there, just to cover it with green. Is that your idea?
Yes.
Yeah. I think, otherwise, it's just interesting that we already now just reviewed the other one, and so now we gave you a bunch of comments about that, and now we're looking at this. So I do like, I think what you've done is really good. But now I'm thinking about the other one and how these two will relate. So I am a little bit, depending on where you go with the arches on Building A, it might affect how I feel about the arches here. But I think just as a standalone by itself, I think it's just, very simple and sweet. So I think that's all I had.
All right, any other comments? Okay, the only other comment that I would add is, can you go to the back elevation? And what do you think I'm not gonna like about that?
That horizontal window.
Yeah.
What's it doing there?
So it seems like you were picking it off the transom, mimicking the transom of the other ones around the corner, or maybe not. But yeah, I don't think if you're gonna do that, like if you go.
Nobody will see it.
Yeah, I know, but we'll see it.
Okay.
God will see it.
Well, it's additional light into the room. The windows in that room are smaller because that patio is smaller. So it doesn't have the side light
next to the door like the other
So,
patios do?
so go look at the, or go, if you go to the side elevation real quick. I get why you want to put it high. I think you could do it as well with a clear story, but just not a solid horizontal clear story, and break it up with plaster. Or if you do want to continue that, then use like a slight inset of like 2 inches in the plaster and do tile on the wall or something as the inset, instead, like as if it was once an opening that had that transom and then you walled it in or something.
Just take it out. It's
Yeah, or break it up into two or three.
Two or three
Two squares.
windows or whatever.
Yeah, two or three squares would be great
Yeah,
too.
I wouldn't take it out.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's a good deal, but
Kind of like that with the, setting
Yeah.
it in with the tile beneath.
Okay.
Yeah, whichever way you want, if you want to do a strip window like that, then try to have some other reason it's a blind opening or something else.
Well, how tall is the ceiling in that area, in that room?
12 feet.
Okay, so they could be taller, too.
Yeah, no, just proportionally, it's just the horizontality of it. So I think you can solve it a bunch of different ways, but,
Right.
so I guess that would be the comment, would be to restudy that horizontal window. And then you've heard, I'm sure you can come up with other ways too. And that would be the only additional comment I had, but I agree with all the other comments, and I can give a shot at summarizing.
Chair, before you do that, could I, what about this railing? It seems like, because it's so long, it seems like it could use maybe some more interim pieces that are heavier, or somehow
Yeah, some
make
sort
it,
of
make it a
post,
little bit.
even if you just did bigger posts, but yeah, I think it'll
Something-
need to develop with a little bit more
Just be a
detail.
solid plaster wall? Okay.
We like the railing.
Yeah, I like the railing, just
Yeah, just give a
maybe,
few more breaks. I mean, it's obviously at the super sketch stage, so,
Yeah.
breaking it up, giving some sort of a rhythm to it.
Sure.
Okay, and so I'll add that to it, add a little detail.
we want to give you your full money's worth.
Okay, all right, so, to summarize, so the commission is, in general, very supportive of this project. It is, the designers to be complimented on their beautiful design. And we look forward to it progressing to the next steps. The additional comments is look at the west patio has two little landscape, and look at ways of bringing in more landscape, potentially with something more vertical as well. Vertical and to soften the area. The commission would in general support a taller wall, perhaps 8 foot or more, and to study that and to come back with what you would prefer and to see if we'd like that height. The front wainscot tile to be a different color. Should be a different color or design, be more decorative, a little different color design than the color of the trim, the window trim, window and door trim. The back wrought iron railing on the west elevation to be developed more with adding more detail and breakups in the railing. One thing I did notice I didn't bring up before was I did notice the doors out to the side patios didn't have. Now we're talking about building a giant wall, so I don't think this is going to be that important. But those ones look good, and then those ones have no muntins. But if there's going to be a place to not have muntins, then it's behind an 8-foot wall. So, in that one, I think, unless others feel strongly, I think it's totally not, and you have actually them in the transom, so it works. And I get that it also matches some of the storefront, but I do like the muntins in the visual from ground level.
And to add to that, I think it would help, given that you're right there, in this very intense area with this gas station right next door, anything you can bring into it to make it less industrial feeling and more residential feeling, like adding muntins, I think can help you to make it be a more romantic place.
Mm-hmm. So we can put that as a suggestion, but that we're okay with if they feel strongly about not having muntins in that area. But I agree, it would make for that little, either a garden space or whatever space, the patio space to be a little more residential. Okay, any other comments that we missed? Oh, did I mention the back window yet? The back horizontal window on the west? So it's to restudy the clear story horizontal window on the back, I guess it's west elevation, to make it more traditional in shape. EPB.
The skylights, it's not really our purview because you can't see them, but we did mention it. You might want to just double check.
Yeah, to check on the skylights and the proximity for.
A question for the board. You know, that wall that faces the gas station, that could be a real graffiti attractor. And I'm wondering if we would accept, I don't know, split-face block or something on there that could be less of appealing to graffiti people. I don't know what it would be.
The vines on it.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
If you do cover it with vines,
How fat's the planter?
Currently, we're just showing a 4-inch
Oh, gee,
vine.
that's pretty minimal.
Okay,
I would think probably 6 minimum.
what did you say?
6 I mean, if you could get 6, I could see that almost as being minimal, but.
do 6.
Okay, so, and we'll add that the vine pockets of minimum 6 inches, minimum 6 by 6. Okay.
No, it's a continuous.
Oh, it's minimum 6
It's
inch
continuous
continuous. Got
4-inch
it.
right now,
Got it.
so
Okay.
we can make it continuous 6.
So the planter, then, not vine pocket. So planter, 6 inch minimum. Okay. All right.
One, may I,
yes,
one
Commissioner.
last thing I would say, just from sort of safety and security, but it's an element, you might consider some kind of decorative element that could go on top of that wall that would be a deterrent from somebody going over.
Broken glass?
Oh, yeah, well, but not that.
Broken stained glass.
But something, I misunderstood, I'm sorry, but yeah, something like, design something that could be.
To look at the
As opposed to
the
the
wall,
broken.
the design of the wall with security in mind.
Yeah.
So
Light
let's
for
just do that.
humans.
Yeah.
Yeah, anyway.
We'll just, put grease on the top so you slip off. All right.
Okay, it's getting
Anything
late,
else?
come on.
All right, I think
I'll
we're there.
make a motion
All right.
for indefinite continuance with the comment that this project is ready to be agendized for project design approval. And
With
those comments-
addressing those comments.
With
yeah.
those comments.
Okay.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion by Vice President.
Someday.
We got a motion and a second. All right, under discussion, any discussion? All right, roll call vote, please.
Thank you. I'll take roll call vote. Commissioner McClure,
Yes.
Commissioner Dordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundvik,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbach.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Adjourn
Nice
the
work,
meeting.
Gentlemen. All right.
Adjourn the
Meeting
meeting.
is adjourned.